Going Home to Hawk Ridge Hollow. Rich and Rugged, a Hawkins Brothers romance. Written by Ellie Hall. Copyright 2019. Narrated by Lorena Hoops. Audio copyright 2020. Chapter 1. Cece Sparrow had always hit the right notes. As a famous singer and songwriter, it was her job to tap into emotion, translate it into words, and let the sound flow. Her smoky vocals dug deep on the verse, then ranged to the upper octaves on the musical scale as she belted out the chorus. Except for that day, except for that week. If she was honest with herself, her energy and sound had started to flag 6 months previous, and had only gotten worse as the glue that held her life together dissolved. She tried to warm up her vocals in the car on the way over to the recording studio, but she sounded flat, out of tune, like a bullfrog. Ah-ee-ah-oh, croak. She tried not to think about the driver, who was probably laughing to herself. She'd managed to wrap up her tour, and the few smaller, more intimate venue slots her manager had scheduled. She'd shown up with a smile at all the press interviews, the signings, and the extra promotion. That's what her fans loved about her, that she was always there, going above and beyond, posing for the 100th selfie with near-hysterical fans, signing her name on all manner of things, from album covers to journals, to broken arm casts, to actual skin. The person wanted her signature as a tattoo. Cece had promised to always remember where she came from and how hard she'd worked to get where she was. Chart topper, media darling, and doing what she loved every day. At that moment, she stepped out of the black SUV, wearing a hat and sunglasses, her attempt at being incognito. The moment she stepped onto the sidewalk, the camera started flashing. Just as she expected, the shutters suddenly stopped. There was a pause, an intake of breath, as though everyone from the paparazzi to the fans who'd gotten wind of her visit to the recording studio that day gasped. Then the frenzy erupted as she scurried into the studio amidst shouts, questions, and a few lamenting wails. When the door shut securely behind her, she waited for it to repeat, minus the flashing of cameras. It was the first time she'd been in public since that fateful day. Cece's team and entourage held their collective breath. As she took off her sunglasses and hat, her manager's mouth fell open. The eyes of the girls who styled her for camera-ready perfection bulged. A woman who'd only recently joined the team studied her planner as if it contained an answer to the question everyone was too shocked to ask. Her vocal coach pressed his lips together. The music studio, a place created for sound, was absolutely silent. "You ready, Cece?" the studio engineer asked. Her eyes drifted over everyone in the room, but no one else said a word. No condolences, no inquiries if she was all right, no question about why and where her second most valuable asset was gone. She wasn't ready, but she stepped into the vocal booth anyway. Cece once told herself that whether she had one person in a signing line or 1,000, each one of them was important and worthy of her time. She'd vowed that no matter how famous or popular or in demand she got, it was always about the fans. The faithful people who bought her albums, attended her concerts, and sang along with every song. In fact, the attention, the cheering, and the voices rising up in the arena were what fueled her. She'd get off stage, buzzing with energy that lasted until the last fan left the venue. She didn't have a family, so they became like one for her. Growing up, she didn't have much, but was told she had the voice of an angel and that her smile was golden. When she'd left Cecilia Stevens behind and became Cece Sparrow, she was born anew and pledged to honor her gifts. She used them to entertain and bring joy to people's lives. They weren't hers to squander. For all that, she said a prayer of gratitude every day. That was what pushed her to keep going. But that day, she was tired, and it wasn't because of the many facets of her job. It wasn't even that she had to fulfill her studio obligations and get at least 3 songs down for the new album as part of her contract. It wasn't that she'd hardly slept in the last 9 days or fielded questions from intrusive paparazzi anytime she transitioned from events to vehicles to the studio. The disguises weren't the exhausting part, nor was working with her trainer to keep her stamina up for her next tour. Cece Sparrow felt herself disintegrating. The threads of herself unraveling and the grip she had on her life slipping away as she slid into a kind of darkness and desperation she'd never before known. It had been 7 days since her sister had died, and Cece was a mess. But there was no rest for the rich, famous, and in-demand pop star. There was no pause button, no moment to grieve. She felt like she was coming undone. As she sang into the mic, she was beginning to sound that way too. "How about trying it 1 octave higher?" the sound engineer called from behind the mixing board. Standing in the vocal booth, she gave it a go. The noise that came out of her was akin to a room full of cats mewling. The sound engineer fiddled with the board. "Okay, let's see what it's like now." She opened her mouth and sang the lyrics to a song she'd written ages before about a boy she'd had a crush on. The words were stale in her mouth. "Garbage," she muttered under her breath. She knew it, and everyone else in the room probably did too. She prided herself on her natural voice. They did recordings without auto-tune or special effects. That was another thing her fans loved about her. She was real. But when her life got too real, when she did something she couldn't undo, she wasn't entirely sure of the extent of their support. There were rumors that she was going crazy, that she'd lost her edge, and that she had a substance abuse problem. She did not, but other pop stars had publicly unraveled in a similar way, and the paparazzi were quick to fan the rumor flames. "How about we try again tomorrow?" the guy in the booth said. She didn't want to let anyone down. Despite wanting to hang her head, she lifted her chin and exited the vocal booth wearing a smile. The usual entourage waited in the lounge, some averting their gaze while others openly stared, as if by straining their eyes hard enough, things would go back to normal. Cece had tried that too, but it was too late. Her life would never be the same. But her hair would. "My hair will grow back," she blurted to the room at large. However, she wasn't entirely sure her voice would return. With a thin smile, Lauren, her manager, said, "Of course it will." She tapped her tablet, and as though skipping over or denying Cece's bald head, "You have a 6 p.m. appearance at a skincare launch, followed by dinner with Jackson at Copa." Her gaze flitted above Cece's eyes to the fuzz atop her head. Cece fought the urge to self-consciously brush her hand across it. When she'd gone to Serena's bedside during those last hours, she'd shaved her hair in solidarity with her sister, whose locks had been even more thick and shiny than her own. Serena's hair thinned, and then she lost it. Removing her hair was a way for Cece to feel connected, to try to absorb some of the pain her sister was experiencing. However, she knew it was no use. She imagined right then and there that shock waves rippled across the country, spreading to the international news as photos emerged on social media and on websites. But Cece wouldn't offer more of an explanation, which would only open the doors to speculation. She gave her fans a lot, but her sister's fight with cancer was a private matter. There wasn't much that was personal in her life except one thing, or rather, person. While Cece thrived in the spotlight, her sister preferred to live an anonymous life. Serena was always present, but never photographed. She had her opinions, but was never quoted. She lived behind the scenes, while Cece took center stage. In the studio lounge, the team whispered and exchanged loaded looks as Cece stood there without the comfort of her hair. "As always, making headlines," Lauren said, flashing a website post on the screen of her tablet. "I'm getting lots of notifications. Care to comment?" Cece shook her head. Her manager knew her status when it came to anything having to do with Serena. She tisked in disapproval. Lauren was of the mind that any publicity was a good thing, but was often eager to feed the news cycle, even if it meant pushing past privacy boundaries. The voices in the room increased in volume as they read news banners and comments. Just as Cece suspected, because the pop star didn't give the details the paparazzi demanded, rumors circulated. She overheard lines like, "Cece Sparrow has gone nuts, shaved her hair off in a drunken rage, or lost a dare at a drug-fueled party, and the sudden disappearance of her hair were the consequences." The only thing Cece ever drank was water or tea. The only drug she'd ever taken was aspirin and a prescription for bronchitis once. The sisters had seen the effects of substance abuse firsthand and had sworn off that way of life. Lauren passed Cece a pile of papers, more fan letters. "I fielded the hate mail and the most recent threats. You know, it would help if you wore a wig." But that wouldn't erase what she'd done or what had happened. She couldn't get her sister back. She'd shaved her head when Serena neared the end because more than anything, she didn't want her sister to feel alone. Not the way she did as she stood helplessly by and every moment since her sister had drawn her last breath. "I should go," Cece said, feeling like she was losing her grasp on her composure. Despite all the speculation, she'd never publicly unraveled, shed a tear, or did anything to indicate she wasn't okay. She shoved on her sunglasses and a hat, typical disguise even before Hairgate, as everyone in the room was calling it. With a wave to her manager, she whisked outside to the waiting SUV. The familiar clicking of camera shutters and flashes followed her to the vehicle, along with calls of, "When are you going to let your hair grow back?" Another asked, "What's it like being bald?" There was also, "Did your record company really cancel your deal because you shaved your head?" She ignored every single comment. She'd give her fans her attention, but not them. The Paps had become vultures, were ruthless and dishonest. She'd learned that the hard way. As usual, the traffic in Los Angeles was thick. Seated in the back seat, she checked in on her social media accounts. She gave her fans access to most aspects of her life. Everything, in fact, except for her sister, per Serena's request. She posted a quick story, letting them know that her time in the studio was fabulous, and she couldn't wait to share the new material with everyone. Only there wasn't any new material. She was in a drought. She felt empty. Dried up even though she knew she had tears stored inside. It wasn't unusual for her not to cry. The Stevens girls were strong because they'd overcome so much. When they'd finally stepped away from their old lives, in their own ways, they'd left the sadness behind. As it was, they'd already shed enough tears for a lifetime. Back home, Cece got ready for the skincare line event. She'd rather have canceled, but was committed. She smoothed her fingers along the dark rings under her eyes. Lizzie, her makeup artist, bustled in to conceal the signs of her inner distress and exhaustion. She tied up her long blonde hair in a bun, her usual look while working. She assessed the singer-starlet with a careful eye. Cece stared at the blonde bun, wishing her own long brown locks were still atop her head, and wishing Serena was still by her side to style it. Lizzie clicked her tongue, likely because Cece's gray eyes, normally one of her best features, didn't do her any favors in terms of highlighting the signs of sleeplessness. "Girl, what am I going to do with you? Make me look acceptable? You're supposed to say make me beautiful, but you are already." "We both know that's not true," Cece croaked. As Lizzie primed and concealed, she knew what her client referred to and didn't miss a beat. "It'll grow back, and that hole in your heart will fill in. For now, it's a time to be sad." She tilted Cece's chin and met her eyes. "I've been making up your face since you got your first advance, and I haven't stopped, which means you haven't either. You hustle and grind, but you need time. You need a break." Cece sighed. She was right, but that wasn't possible. She had commitments, and knew if she did stop, if she did allow herself to be sad, she'd actually fall apart, and there was no one left to help her pick up the pieces. As Lizzie swiped eyeliner across Cece's eyelids, she said, "I know you're going to say that you don't have time to get away, or even take a staycation and just—" She shrugged. "I don't know, but you need it." However, Cece did know what Lizzie meant. She'd done it before. The word started with the letter G and rhymed with the word leave. The thought of grieving terrified her because it pointed to what she'd lost and how very final it was. "My calendar is full," Cece said weakly. "Well, I've been around long enough to see that as much as you have, money, fame, whatever, it comes with its own kind of stress and overwhelm. You've never taken a vacation in all 6 years you've been at this. Sure, you've gone to Mexico and toured the world, but you were always, how can I put this, on, ready for your fans, putting yourself out there. I should know. I was along for the ride. Now I know this isn't a time to merrily go off gallivanting through Paris or whatever, but—" She paused. Her blush brush and met Cece's eyes again. "You need a break, or you might—" Cece knew what the word to end the sentence was as well. Break. But her phone beeped with the song she'd programmed for her boyfriend Jackson, interrupting them. "Were you still planning on coming to Copa tonight?" he asked, without saying hello or inquiring about how she was. Something inside her shrank a little as she replied. Deep down, she wanted to hear him use a term of endearment. She yearned to tell him she wasn't okay, and then hear some reassuring words. However, Jackson wasn't that kind of guy. She and Serena had loved the movie Princess Diaries and promised each other they'd marry the man who made their foot pop during a kiss. Like in the famous scene that referenced the romantic element from classic love stories. Once upon a time, she'd met that man. Her foot had popped, but he'd dropped off the face of the earth, which meant he obviously hadn't felt the same way, leaving her back at square one. But not for long. Cece was resilient and became what Serena called a serial dater, always looking for a replacement for the guy they dubbed the foot popper. She dreaded being alone. Conveniently, because of her fame, she easily avoided it. Cece and Jackson were supposed to have dinner, then go to a club that had recently opened, featuring him as the special guest DJ. Instead, she longed to curl up in sweats, fuzzy socks, and watch Princess Diaries. Meanwhile, Jackson droned on about the producer he'd met. Jackson had been there for her through Serena's decline, sort of. After she'd gotten the call 9 days previous, she'd rushed from the concert in Indiana to the hospital in Los Angeles. He was in New York, recording his debut album and hustling every night, at as many clubs as he could get in front of fans. She knew the drill. There was no rest for the aspiring musician. Of course, dating her had given his career a boost, and she was happy to help. She knew what it was like to taste success and tried to pay it forward because she was grateful for the many people who'd helped her along the way. She didn't tell him that Serena didn't care for his personality and probably preferred he wasn't there, but she could have used the support herself, someone to hold her after she'd left the hospital with a shaved head and filled with fear, yet feeling an emptiness that she hadn't known was possible. The hot Hollywood couple got along well enough. She'd even coined his DJ name, DJ Axon. He'd started shortening it to just DJX. However, during the long hours in the hospital, she'd started to realize he was a placeholder boyfriend, while she waited for the one to make her foot pop. After she and Jackson hung up, Lizzie lifted her downturned lips. She wasn't on Team Jackson either. Then she stood back, surveyed her work, and said, "All done. You look perfect, as always." Cece's hand floated to her head. "If you change your mind and want to get away, let me know. My cousin has a place in the islands. I think you'd like it there." Cece nodded and thanked her for everything, then hurried to the awaiting car. The next several hours she spent at the skincare line event were grueling. Sure, her skin was glowing, but the spotlight seemed to be on her head itself, notably the top of it where there was no hair. "What's it like being known as the hair and not having any?" a model with jet black locks asked while she mingled. The fans had nicknamed Cece the Hair, and there were even rumors she'd had it insured, which wasn't true. An actress smiled at her and talked to her about everything except her missing hair, even though her green eyes didn't leave the fuzz above her forehead, only drawing more attention to its absence. The guys steered clear of her, and not only because she was attached to Jackson. She was relieved when it was finally time to leave and meet him for dinner. As the sun set on the early summer evening, the flashing bulbs and shouting paparazzi followed her to the waiting SUV. She was tall and strode past them, keeping her chin lifted. Early on in her career, she'd felt like a model on a runway as she'd cruised past. Lately, she rushed against a gauntlet to safety. The paparazzi were relentless, some shoving the cameras in her face to get up close photos, intimidate her, or capture for themselves the fact that she really did shave her head. "Are you going to meet DJ Axon?" one called. Another said, "What does he think of your new look?" Her manager reached for the handle to the door to open it for her when a paparazzo shouted, "Why'd you make yourself look like a cancer patient?" Cece went still, her muscles tensed, her eyes brimmed. She gritted her teeth, turned, glared, and said, "Get over it." Emotion punctuated her every word. Get over losing Serena. She'd never responded to their comments, calls, or questions. In the silence of the vehicle as it sped away, she realized that she wouldn't get over it for a long time, possibly forever. She took deep breaths, pulling herself together before entering the restaurant. On the way in, more members of the gossip media machine called to her, but she ignored them. Cece waited 5 minutes, which turned into 10, then 20. Jackson was often late, but like her, he was busy. She took the time to catch up on her social feeds and saw that her comment quickly made digital headlines. "The hair says to get over it." There were already hundreds of comments and speculations from users, followers, and fans. Her phone beeped with notifications, then Jackson's text alert song came on. She silenced it quickly while reading his message. "Can't make it tonight. Can't get over it." Cece's mouth dropped open with confusion and agitation. She quickly replied, "What's that mean?" Things between us have been off for a while now, like the last 6 months. You've been different. Or maybe it's me. I need to figure some things out. If it means anything, I miss you, and I already miss your hair." The shrinking feeling inside that had taken over collapsed in on itself like a supernova. "You're breaking up with me?" He answered, "Yes. Good luck, Cece. X." Where she expected to feel angry or sad over the sudden split, she just felt empty. Nothing could fill the vacancy of losing her sister. In a fog, she swept out of the restaurant, past the waiting paparazzi. The flashbulbs burst and her eyes blurred. Once in the SUV, the driver maneuvered into traffic as she stared at the text exchange. Sure, she had great hair, but it was just hair. It didn't define her. But maybe she'd let it. Or perhaps Jackson was a heartless jerk. Her head flopped against the seat and she closed her eyes. What she found echoing, throbbing, flashing there wasn't only the upset from the sudden breakup or the hurtful question the paparazzo asked. It was her answer and all that it meant. Get over it. The SUV suddenly jerked to one side, swerving. The driver, nearly out of breath, said, "Sorry, miss, a car veered into our vehicle." She gripped the armrest on the door as something smashed against the window, leaving a smear and a few seeds. A tomato? Fruit pelted the vehicle. Were they trying to start a food fight or endanger her? The driver sped up, making it through a yellow light before taking a few turns to lose whoever was following them. When he pulled through the gate of her driveway, he made his apologies. "Thank you for bringing me home safely. Feel free to come inside and collect yourself," she offered. "I'm fine, miss," he said. "Seems a lot like what happened to L. Ryder last month when he wouldn't give the paparazzi the info they wanted about his wedding. Pummeled with fruit." He shook his head. Her phone rang, and she assumed it was someone checking in to make sure she was okay. It was her manager. She thanked the driver again and took the call, kicking off her heels as she stood in the foyer of her Spanish-style villa mansion. "Listen, Cece, I have some bad news. You were taken off the dates for the summer festival tour. They had to rearrange some of the acts, and I guess yours was bumped." She was supposed to leave for the tour in 5 days. Jackson was billed as her opening act. It suddenly felt like her life was one big snowball, and it was rolling down a hill and picking up speed. With the tour festival circuit off the calendar, she was left with a void for the entire summer. The snowball was sure to melt. She was sure to disappear. She had nothing. No family, no sister, no boyfriend, no tour, and no songs. "The good news is now you can focus on your work at the studio," Lauren said in forced positivity. "No," she heard herself say. Her tone was flat. It was as though she was removed, outside looking in. "I need a break. Let them know I'll be back in the fall with the full album." She hung up. Lizzie's suggestion to get away sounded appealing right then. Without thinking, she tapped the screen on her phone to call her. "Did you change your mind?" the makeup artist and friend asked when she answered. "Yes. I thought so. It's understandable. You're overwhelmed, stressed, and possibly in danger." Cece told her about the brush with the paparazzi and fruit, then about Jackson. "I didn't like him anyway. On its own, this business is tough. With everything that's going on, you need a sanctuary, a place to recuperate. Now I have the entire summer." Lizzie went on to give her the information for her cousin's place on a private Caribbean island, complete with a bodyguard. "When you get there, ask for Blake." At the name, she winced, as though one of the rotten tomatoes struck her. Hopefully, Island Blake was better than the last Blake she'd met. Still in a daze, she packed, then laid in bed, struggling to sleep. Her mind held on to the emptiness inside where she'd once felt full, rich, complete. She was in unfamiliar territory, and it had nothing to do with her uncertain destination. Despite her best efforts to sneak to the airport, as usual, she was harassed by the paparazzi, still asking about her lack of hair, already inquiring about the breakup with Jackson, and speculating about the canceled tour. As the plane lifted off, leaving her old life behind, she hoped she'd made the right decision. Chapter 2. Blake. Blake never missed a sunset. As he settled in his usual beach chair in the sand, he sat in stillness as the golden hour slipped toward twilight. By day, on the remote Caribbean island, the sun tended to be punishing as it beat down overhead. It was the fuel that kept him going and motivated him because it held the promise that it would eventually set, leaving him in the darkness that he welcomed. It was then that he forced himself to face the pain and guilt of all the things he hadn't done. On the beach, he remained still as the seagulls cawed, the breeze rippled over the incoming waves, and the sun lowered another fraction. His mind was active, unpacking everything he didn't want to think about by day, but he deserved it. He'd earned the heap of regret by doing everything wrong. However, even if he could make it right, it was too late. A swell moved in from the southeast, and the waves past the breakers were gradually growing. It was as though the bumps on the horizon reached up to splash the sun's belly and splash the woman who waded into the water. Blake sat up taller and leaned forward, watching the newcomer carefully. He was the caretaker of Hawkins Harbor, the island resort and an exclusive hideaway for celebrities and anyone with enough money to buy anonymity, along with first-class service, top-shelf amenities, and, when necessary, a bodyguard. She could certainly afford the resort rates, but his cousin Lizzie called with a special request, and he'd honored it for one reason only: family. What had once been the central part of his life had fallen apart after he made one bad decision after another. Hearing her voice reminded him of all he'd lost. A tiny but hopeful part of him thought to do her that favor was a small way to make things better. However, the guilt and regret didn't fade, even as the newly arrived guest waded deeper into the water. She wore a pair of leggings and a t-shirt along with a hat and sunglasses, even though the purple gray of twilight made them unnecessary. In his line of work, he'd encountered his share of divas and wasn't looking forward to this particular one. The incoming white water reached her thighs, but she continued on as though she wanted to submerge herself underwater. He knew the feeling. Even though there were only a handful of guests at the resort at any one time, it wasn't unusual for them to want to wash away the stress and pressure of their lives, though usually they weren't fully clothed. It was his job to camouflage into the background, hang back, and only intervene if necessary. He'd watched the waves long enough, for years by then, to know how they'd break onshore based on what they looked like when still far out to sea. A monster set rolled in, and if she wasn't smart enough to duck under at the right moment, it'd close out over her head, possibly holding her down. There was no telling if she knew how to swim or had the sense not to fight against the current. He grumbled under his breath as he leaped from the chair and raced across the sand. The first wave sped toward her. He was too late. The powerful water crashed down. She disappeared. He dove in, opened his eyes, and searched for her amidst the churning sand and water. There was no sign of her. Blake burst through the surface, took a quick breath of air, and glanced around. Like above, there was no sign of her below, as another wave in the swiftly paced set broke in a rush of foam. He went up for air and made it under in time, and again looked for her. The water was murky as flecks of sand whirled around him along with the bubbling white water. At last, his hand touched something solid, an ankle. He gripped hard and then found her hand before pulling her close and surfacing. Her head hung limply to the side. Her hat was still on, but the sea claimed her sunglasses. He inflated his lungs as another wave crashed and he took them under. He prayed not to lose her too. As quickly as he could, he swam toward the shore. His feet sunk in the sand as he carried her to safety. His voice was gruff, harsh, as he yelled at her to wake up. The flat of his palm pressed against her chest as he did compressions. He performed rescue breaths, not even thinking about what it was like to have his lips on hers again. All he thought about was bringing her back to life. After another round, she finally jolted, sputtered, and spit out seawater. Her chest heaved as she gasped for air. He rocked back on his heels, wiping the dripping water from his face. "That was stupid and dangerous. What were you thinking?" he asked, not holding back his anger. Her gray eyes slowly focused. She blinked a few times. "I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Thank you?" If it weren't for the water on her face, he'd have thought she was crying. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, gazing around as though in a fog. "I just got here and am supposed to find someone named Blake." "But you decided to take a swim first?" He frowned. "I don't know how to swim." His eyes widened. "Then what were you doing? You could have died." She started to get to her feet. "I should go find Blake." "And you are?" He knew who she was and was surprised to feel disappointed she didn't recognize him. Then again, it was better that way. A faint line crossed her forehead, probably because she was used to people automatically knowing exactly who she was and catering to her every whim. "Oh, I'm Cece." She hesitated, as though she'd forgotten. Perhaps she was walloped by the wave harder than he thought. As the moment swam between them, it was as though she pulled on a mask and fastened her smile in place. "I'm Cece Sparrow, singer, songwriter. You may have heard the song Once Wasn't Enough." "Yeah, a real heart-wrencher." Before he'd left for the island, he'd heard it plenty. There was also the follow-up girl power anthem, Never Again, Not You. Her voice was brighter. If he hadn't been through the near-drowning ordeal with her, he'd have been fooled into thinking she was fine. He nodded. He'd had to listen to it for 3 weeks, when an actress played it nonstop after her breakup with her husband a couple of years ago. "More recently, I worked with DJ Axon on a remix and..." She trailed off. He grunted. Clearly, she still didn't know who he was, but he preferred it that way. In fact, he'd done everything he could to disappear and become unrecognizable. Mission accomplished. He looked her over for bumps, bruises, or cuts, then studied her eyes. Those stormy eyes he'd never forgotten. The incoming tide raced toward them as the waves continued to crash. She cut her gaze away from him as though her foolishness in the sea caught up with her. "How many fingers am I holding up?" he asked. 3. She brushed her hands underneath her eyes to be sure her makeup hadn't smeared. It had. However, she was still as beautiful as he remembered. But something was different. The storm in her eyes was bigger, deeper, as though she carried a burden that hadn't been there before. "Okay, follow my finger now," he said, assessing for a concussion. It was nearly dark, but there was enough light for him to see that she was indeed okay, though perhaps a bit shook up. Lizzie didn't specify why the world-famous singer needed to escape to the resort, and it wasn't his business. Isolated from the rest of the world, news and gossip mostly passed him by. As far as guests were concerned, he operated on a need-to-know basis. Cece's eyes floated over him and out to sea. "Thanks again. Are you a lifeguard here?" she asked. "Something like that," he answered. Over the years, he'd been certified in all manner of life-saving techniques because he never wanted to feel helpless again. As she shifted to get to her feet, her hat toppled off her head. The hair was gone. In the chaos of the last minutes, he hadn't registered that her once long and silky locks weren't tucked underneath her hat. He'd heard about starlets doing wild things for attention. She probably wasn't selling enough records, so opted to shave her head for more publicity. Her hand flew to her hat, and she tugged it back on. She cast him a glare as she staggered in the sand. He automatically extended his arm to catch her, but she twisted away. "Do you know where I can get something to eat here? I haven't eaten all day."
"That explains your poor decision-making skills," he muttered.
Her eyes slid over to him. "Oh, you have an opinion too?" Just when I thought I'd left it all behind, some stranger on a beach in the middle of nowhere wants to chime in. For your information, it's my hair, my life, my decision. The color returned to her cheeks.
"I was talking about your decision to wade into the water with a sizable incoming swell and then get pummeled by the waves. A decision of particular concern since it turns out that you don't know how to swim. If I weren't here, you would have drowned."
She crossed her arms in front of her chest, then looked out to the sea. "Funny, it seems like I already did." She was a prima donna, a diva. He'd seen loads of women like her over the years. They were dramatic, full of themselves, and demanding when they didn't realize how fortunate they were. They took every day for granted and believed they were entitled to the next. He harumphed. But there was something in her smoky tone, her posture, and the cast of her gray eyes that suggested otherwise. Maybe she'd changed. A soft concern rose up inside him. It was an emotion he knew all too well, but he chose to ignore it. Blake Hawkins was very good at that. In the dusky light, she cast a long gaze out to sea. He wondered what she saw. His eyes traveled from her head to her feet, tracing the lines of her beautiful figure. He hoped she didn't wonder what he saw. Shaking his head as though to rid himself of the thought and feeling, he started across the sand.
"Come on, you're going to get cold."
He was anything but. His skin blazed, carrying with it desire that not even all the water in the sea could extinguish. Being in her presence lit something inside him just as it did the first time that he'd laid eyes on her. They'd flirted, they'd skied together, they'd kissed. Then he ignored her. Even with the peach fuzz on her head, she was just as gorgeous as he remembered. Maybe more so. But that wasn't something he wanted to think about. It was better to let himself forget. Blake was good at that, too. As she kept pace with him, her long legs striding across the sand, he made a solid argument with himself about staying away from her. He'd managed it once. He could do it again. He fought back the surge of feelings as he caught her coconut scent above the sea breeze. When they neared the main building of the resort, he shoved away the desire to meet her eyes, because he knew if he did, if he apologized, if he let her in, he'd be a goner. It had been hard enough for him to sever the many ties in his life and to protect the people he cared about from his carelessness. When he sequestered himself on the island, he'd vowed never to even entertain a serious relationship. Not that he'd ever allowed himself to move past a few dates to begin with. Unlike his twin, Blake was more of a casual fling sort of guy. He'd seen the inevitabilities of trying for something more. He'd experienced the pain of loss. It was easier, better, and safer to keep his distance. Even more so with the woman standing opposite him, because the crackling between them had turned electric, even though they were both drenched. She stopped on the lantern-lit path and glowed in the low light. His pulse raced at how her damp clothing clung to her body. That and his continued silence seemed to set her off, or perhaps it was his earlier comments. Her hand gripped her hip. "Thanks again for yelling at me, commenting on my poor decision-making skills. telling me that I'm stupid and what I did was dangerous. Her smoky voice reverberated off the stucco walls of the nearby buildings.
"You're welcome, Cecilia," he said,
because that was the kind of thing that reminded him of who he was, at least when it came to women, cocky and in control. Her chest lifted and lowered. Her nostrils flared. "So you think you're some kind of Captain America rescuer, crossed with Iron Man arrogance?"
"Do you think that?"
Amusement played on his lips. She huffed. "Cecilia?" she asked, echoing his word choice. He shrugged.
"Is this the hunger talking? Or Cece Sparrow, singer, songwriter, diva? Or Cecilia Stevens?"
"Diva?" she asked, picking out another single word from a slew she could have chosen.
"You must really be starved since you're only giving one-word sentences. Or maybe the wave held you under longer than I thought."
Her other hand lifted to her hip in full superwoman pose. "For your information, no, I'm not a diva. But yes, I'm hungry. Starved." Her eyes held on his. He could tell she was hungry, but for more than food. Something had hollowed her out. He didn't know exactly what, but he'd seen his own reflection and recognized the look.
"Lucky for you, I can help with that," he said, softening slightly.
A faint smile lifted on her lips. "Oh, really? Well, I'm staying at the resort here. Can you also help me find someone named Blake? He was supposed to meet me and make sure everything went smoothly. Yeah, right. Today, yesterday, the last week have been awful. You cannot imagine. The very least he could have done was meet me. I just traveled all this way and—" She was on a diva-esque roll, sounding every bit as entitled as he'd expected.
"Did he send the private jet to bring you to a resort featuring all the comforts money can buy on a remote island away from it all?"
"Yes, but where are my gummy bears and M&Ms? He wasn't sure if she was joking or not.
"You sure you're not a diva? Maybe he thought you needed a moment to yourself, to settle in."
Her eyes hardened. Well, he could have at least let me know that.
"Then he would have missed the sunset."
"Oh, boo-hoo. I can't remember the last time I sat down and watched the sunset. He sure has some life, working down here at this tropical paradise without a care in the world, including about his guests." She paused and pouted as though running out of steam. "Wait, do you know Blake?" she asked.
"I am Blake."
He couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 3. Cece. Cece wanted to slap that cocky grin off that big, handsome face of his. Is this some kind of joke? On top of everything else, it was bad enough she'd barely made it out of the States. She'd tried to go incognito, but the paparazzi had doubled their efforts tracing her. They tipped off fans who'd blocked her car at the stop sign at the end of her street, so she had no choice but to be polite and let them snap selfies, while the paps hollered insulting and prying questions. When she saw the photos posted online by her rabid fans, her false smile revealed that the cameramen were getting to her, that she was slowly cracking, and yet they'd continue their mission to undo her. An unraveling starlet, singer, or celebrity made for better headlines than the genuine, generous, and kind person she actually was. They did everything in their power to get under her skin in order to encourage the process. Blake, or whatever his name was, had gotten under her skin too. It wasn't because the world, blurry from unconsciousness, slowly came into focus only for her to meet his dark eyes. It wasn't because he'd rushed to her aid. Nope. It wasn't the way he'd called her Cecilia. Definitely not. It wasn't because his wet t-shirt revealed the taut muscles of his chest, six-pack abs, or his capable biceps. It wasn't any of those things. Even though she couldn't keep her eyes from roving over him, he laughed softly and humorlessly, finally answering her question.
No, this is definitely not some kind of joke.
By joke, I mean you gallantly rescued me from the water, then recognized me and thought you'd trick me or something? She wrapped her arms across her chest, suddenly feeling exposed.
He shook his head. Nothing of the sort. But I am Blake, and I did rescue you without thought to who you are or intending to trick you. I was just doing my job.
Lizzie said you'd take care of me. She hated that she'd said that out loud, making her feel even more vulnerable.
Do you need taking care of? His eyes flickered. I'm the caretaker after all, but usually people who come here want privacy.
She tucked the question in the back of her mind to think about later. He was obnoxious and full of himself, but he was right about why she'd gone there. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Privacy, to be left alone. She moved to storm off, but not having any idea which path to follow or where her cabana was, she hesitated. At the same time, Blake stepped into the low lantern light of the path. She inhaled sharply as something crackled to life inside of her. They both shifted fully into the light. It spilled over his damp brown hair, streaked with sun-kissed highlights and hanging almost to his shoulders. His skin was bronze, and a smattering of freckles covered his nose. Stubble, at least a few days old, hid his strong jawline. She should have recognized those brown eyes together with his frustratingly perfect lips. They were legendary, the kind to write songs about. In fact, she had. Blake Hawkins? The first time she said his name, she took aim. The second time, she fired, intending the tone of her voice to pierce his armor, the outer layer he'd laid on thick to keep people at a distance, to remain in control. She knew all about guys like him, thanks to her therapist.
You're only recognizing me now?
With the near drowning, I didn't have time to dredge up the past and place your face. It took me a moment to remember.
I'm surprised you forgot.
But she hadn't, not by a long shot. Don't think so highly of yourself. He flashed his patent cocky grin, the one that had gotten her in trouble in the first place. Did he know she'd written her hit song about unrequited love with him in mind? Was it possible he knew she'd penned the follow-up girl power anthem about getting over him? Her heart stuttered when she realized he'd spotted her right away, but then halted. He was expecting her since he was the caretaker of the resort. I suppose we both look different. She'd keep the upper hand in the conversation and spare herself by acknowledging her new look without hair. His gaze remained locked on hers, not her bald head or her wet clothes.
No, you look just as beautiful as ever.
She squawked a laugh as she pulled off her hat. I shaved my head and was just pulled from the ocean like a drowned rat. I'm quite sure I look anything but beautiful. Her chest rose and fell because the effort of the truth sapped her remaining energy. His lips twisted as he seared her with his intense good looks and mocked her in equal measure with his cocky gaze.
Come on, you need some food, he said.
If she weren't starving and feeling like the aforementioned drowned rat, she wouldn't have listened. As she trailed behind him, noticing several thatched roof cabanas, hidden among palm groves and each with a private pool, she recalled a chillier but equally luxurious resort. Cece and Blake had met when she'd visited Hawk Ridge Hollow Ski Resort during a concert tour of the Northwest. He'd given her a tour of his own, including the slopes where they'd snowboarded, the lodge where they'd hung out, and by the fireside where they'd sipped hot chocolate. They'd flirted all day and talked all night. They'd exchanged phone numbers and promises. They'd kissed, and her foot had popped. She'd gushed to Serena. Cece didn't know feeling the way she did about someone after such a short period of time was possible, but she'd fallen. Hard. Though thankfully not on the snowy slopes. After Cece had left Hawk Ridge Hollow Ski Resort, She longed for Blake's flirtatious grin and had texted a few times. He never replied. She called and got no response. Time passed. Nothing. He'd vanished from her life as quickly as he'd appeared. She wrote a song about her broken heart. When she'd learned that he was the kind of guy who enjoyed a fling, who kissed and told and wrecked hopes and hearts in the process, she wrote a song fueled by anger that rocketed her back to the top of the charts. Apparently, she wasn't the only one who'd experienced that feeling. So you were on the mountain rescue team at your family's resort and left to become a bodyguard?
Then you do remember me, he asked.
Blake, trust me, I'd much rather forget.
Yeah, me too, he mumbled.
She held back the scream that built in her throat. She wanted to yell at him. There was no need to kick someone when they were already down, but she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Cece was good at containing her emotions and saving them for the stage. They walked up a set of softly lit slate steps toward the main building that glowed warmly from within. She expected him to lead her to a restaurant, but they passed it. She got the sense that the resort wasn't on scale and guest size, typical of many of the other luxurious properties in the Caribbean and tropical locales. Hawkins Harbor seemed to operate on a more intimate scale. In fact, she scarcely had seen another person since she'd arrived. Granted, she'd gone immediately to the ocean. A woman with a tight bun sat behind a desk in the front lobby of the main building. She nodded as they passed. A porter bowed slightly when they walked by. Blake exited through a side door and continued down another path. "Where are we going?" she asked.
"You said you wanted to be alone."
That was true, but wanting to be alone and actually being alone were two different things. She'd hardly been alone ever. Serena was always there, and if not her, Lizzie, her manager, agent, and the various other members of Team Cece Sparrow. Plus, she'd always had a boyfriend. The truth was, the thought of actually being alone caused her chest to tighten and her limbs to lighten. The path narrowed, and Blake skirted an in-ground tiled hot tub and stopped in front of a somewhat larger cabana than the ones they'd already passed. Nevertheless, each cabana had an ocean view. The waves rushing to shore sounded from across the beach. He stopped by the door. "So you quit the mountain and became a beach bum?"
"No, I run this place, security mostly, and am a bodyguard."
He folded his arms in front of his chest, the rope-like muscles flexed. She swallowed hard. "Doesn't look like you're guarding anyone." He stared at her, then flicked his eyes to the ocean. "Right." The words to thank him properly were on her lips, but she held back, partly distracted by his forearms and his biceps. She didn't imagine beach bums worked out, but he certainly had been. Again, she swallowed back the feeling pushing up from her belly and into her chest. Blake opened the door to the cabana and said,
"Welcome. This is your home for the next few months."
"I'm not staying that long." He shrugged.
"Lizzie said you'd be here for the summer."
"My tour was canceled, so I can see why she'd assume that. I'll be out of your hair within the week." There was no way she'd endure him or the impending solitude for more than a few days. She needed long enough for the paparazzi to find someone new to aggravate. She stepped into the cabana as he flicked on a light that softly illuminated the space. Although the outside was rustic, the interior was luxurious. The slatted wood ceiling vaulted to the center. Several fans spun slowly, circulating the already pleasantly cool air. Cushioned, cream-colored couches were arranged in a sitting area around a teak coffee table. Windows framed with Bermuda shutters opened in every direction, except for the sleeping area, which was in the back upon a raised platform and draped in netting. Blake crossed the space and went into a kitchenette. Without a word, he opened the refrigerator, took out several items, and set a pan on the stove. She scoped out her luggage in the spacious closet and took a moment to freshen up in the bathroom, splashing water on her face. When she looked up, her short, fuzzy hair was frosted in dried salt. Yep, drowned rat. If she could go back in time, she'd change a lot of things. Most notably, at that moment, giving in and going to the island. When Lizzie arranged her travel, Cece wasn't expecting a private jet to bring her. It certainly wasn't the first time she'd experienced such luxury. But after growing up in a trailer park, she still had to pinch herself when surrounded by wealth and extravagance. Lizzie had spoken so casually of her family's property. Cece expected a condo and a timeshare or something outside the typical celebrity haunts. Hawkins Harbor Resort was in a league of its own. Despite the clanking and cooking sounds coming from the kitchenette and the person producing those noises, the place was peaceful, serene. In the few short days she planned to stay there, she hoped to bring some of that into her life and have it translate into her music. The peaceful serenity, not Blake's clanging. She changed into a strappy sundress, along with swiping on some mascara and lip gloss, before returning to the main living area. An herby, buttery scent met her nose. Blake had tossed together a salad with scallops, basil, tomatoes, crispy onions, and some kind of lemony dressing. 2 plates rested on the table with a fizzing bottle of sparkling water between them. He plopped down and poured them each a glass. She didn't expect him to cook for her, and she certainly wasn't thinking he'd join her for the meal. Nonetheless, it was considerate of him. She lowered into the chair and folded her hands. As she'd done since finding faith in high school, she said a prayer, grateful for a meal, a roof over her head, and the many blessings in her life. When she opened her eyes, he was also offering a blessing. She stole the moment that he had his eyes closed to study the sweep of his lashes on his cheeks, the slope of his nose, and the full kissability of his lips. He was every bit as handsome in real life as he was in her memory, even with his long hair. For years, she thought she'd done something wrong or that he hated her, but he'd rescued her from the ocean, even though he knew who she was. She recalled wading into the water, feeling like she wanted to get lost in the depths like a mermaid, or something equally fantastical. Perhaps it was the stress, or the hunger. Maybe she was overtired after the long trip across time zones. She'd just wanted a moment to forget. She'd gotten that and more. She'd nearly drowned. Shaken up, she was grateful to be alive. But then she remembered Serena wasn't, and the thought robbed her of her appetite. Blake glanced up with a flicker of curiosity that quickly hardened. Eat. He had a low, husky voice, ease-filled yet commanding. She'd hardly eaten in months. She'd picked at meals, nibbled here, took a bite there, but she hadn't fully indulged since that lunch she'd shared with Serena. It had been 7 days since her sister had died, 9 since she'd gotten the call that Serena's condition had worsened, and she'd shaved her head, parting with her second most valuable asset, at least according to the media. 14 since she'd left Serena's side and wrapped up the tour in the South. 30 days since she'd stopped smiling. 60 days had elapsed since she'd laughed. 3 months since the doctor said the treatments weren't as effective as they'd hoped. 6 months since the diagnosis. 184 days since she and her sister had been eating lunch on a sunny day, chatting about guys and dresses and girly things. Since they'd laughed and went shopping, then back to Cece's where they'd baked brownies, because that's what they'd always done. Never mind that Cece's trainer was going to freak out because she broke the strict dietary regime Cece was meant to adhere to. It was Serena's 25th birthday, and baking brownies together was what they'd done every year. A 99-cent box of brownie mix, plus an egg and oil, was what they could afford when they were growing up, and they'd kept the tradition. However, since those early days, Cece made the addition of the finest chocolate money could buy, and they'd started topping the brownies with ice cream when they were still warm out of the oven. Then all the sundae toppings, melty peanut butter, fudge, caramel, sprinkles, Gummy bears, her favorite, M&Ms, Serena's favorite, and whipped cream. Serena liked the cherry on top, so Cece always gave hers to her sister. They were supposed to keep up that tradition until they were old grannies, passing it on to their children and grandchildren. Serena wasn't supposed to go to her annual checkup and leave with a terminal diagnosis. That wasn't part of the plan. Cece tormented herself by tracing back to that time when things were still normal and joyful, to when Serena sang along with her to the traditional happy birthday song. Of course, they had their own version. They were 2 years apart and were as close as sisters could be. Best friends. Lifelines for the other, forever and always. Friends commented that when they were together, they occupied their own worlds. Looking back, they both knew it was a way to cope with their troubling childhoods. They'd stuck together and defied odds. Cece was a world-famous singer. Serena was, well, Serena. She was a hairstylist, calligraphist, loved elephants, books, and brownies. She was a sunrise kind of person, but looked gorgeous and mysterious in a pair of shades. Her laughter could fill a room, and she was the best listener. She was everything. All Cece could do was go back to the time when Serena was still with her, whole, vital, alive. Instead, she was there with Blake, the guy who'd broken her heart. If she and Serena were seated together at that table in that thatched hut on that tropical island, Serena would have told her sister to gobble up that meal. So Cece did. She always listened to her little sister. Chapter 4. Blake. Blake hadn't prayed over a meal since he'd sat at the table with his father. They'd also go to church together every Sunday. But the slipping away of his faith started when his mother had left. It only got worse over the years. He'd questioned everything he'd valued, especially love. But seated opposite Cece and folding his hands together lit something inside him. When he looked up, Cece was half done with her meal. Apparently, she was starved. The low light of the cabana highlighted her pronounced cheekbones, the smooth line of her nose, and the fullness of her lips, the ones he'd once kissed. With the exception of her shaved head, she looked much the same as she did all those years ago. He hadn't been lying. She was beautiful, perhaps even more so. She possessed a wildness, a certain uncontained emotion simmering just beneath the surface, bursting to explode from her. It drew him near while exciting him and urging him to want to protect her in equal measure. She looked up from shoveling food off her plate. "What?" "My, you were hungry," he said slowly. From an outsider's view, it might have sounded lazy, but long days on the island had slowed him down considerably and made him appreciate the little things, like a smile, the sparkle in someone's eyes, laughter, all of which had once lit Cece up, but since had disappeared. That was what was different about her. "I haven't had a proper meal in 184 days. "That's very precise," she sniffed. "It's hard not to be." "Bad breakup?" he asked. He didn't make it a habit of asking what brought the guests to the resort. The less he knew, the better. And he'd certainly never cooked for anyone. That's what the salaried top chefs were for. There were 2 on site, along with a pastry chef, sommelier, and of course, one of each on retainer for yachting excursions. "Yes," she said, sitting up taller. "I guess gossip even travels to remote islands fast." Her phone beeped with a notification. "It was just a guess." He set his fork down and leaned back in the chair. The glow of her phone near her face tinted her skin blue. He blinked away the fear that had taken hold of him when she'd nearly drowned. Cooking her dinner and making sure she was okay was the least he could do. She glanced at the screen, shook her head, and her shoulders dropped. Her eyes caught on his, and she shifted uncomfortably. "Did he break up with you over text?" It was just a hunch. Her forehead furrowed. What else did Lizzie tell you? He purposefully took an agonizingly long sip of water. She was cute when she was flustered. He didn't imagine many people in her life ruffled her feathers. Instead, they probably catered to her every whim, ensuring that they always met her once.
She only mentioned that she had a good friend who needed to get away. She didn't share details other than you'd experienced a series of tragedies. That seemed serious, so I said yes.
Then she told you who the favor was for, so ultimately you knew I was coming?
You're just as intuitive as me.
Her stormy eyes narrowed. Would you have said no if she'd mentioned my name before telling my tale of woe? Even if he'd had an answer, her incessantly beeping phone would have interrupted him. She flicked through a few notifications, grunted, and then clutched the phone to her chest, as though thinking about whether to reply. Blake finished his meal.
The ex-boyfriend asking for you back?
Not in so many words. He's a DJ and is upset because he was supposed to open for me during the summer festival circuit. My manager didn't say as much, but I think they dumped me because of my new look. She pointed at her head. I guess being known as the hair, then cutting it all off, made me a liability. Her lips pressed together with agitation.
And he dumped you for the same reason?
How do you know he dumped me?
Because he's an idiot, and because you all but confirmed it when I asked.
Only an idiot would do anything that would hurt her.
He'd know.
Her chin tucked in. Yeah, but...
Let me get this straight. He dumped you because you cut off your hair. The tour he was on with you was canceled, and now he wants you to fix it?
In the same moment, she nodded in confirmation. Blake snatched the phone from her and pounded the keypad, his large fingers hitting the wrong letters. He growled with annoyance and started over. What are you doing? She circled the table and tried to get the phone back. You can't text Jackson.
It's my job to make sure you're comfortable, secure, he said, as he dodged her attempts to grab the phone.
She smelled like the ocean and coconut. He wanted to pause there and breathe her in, but he pushed the chair away from the table and stood. She was tall, but on his feet he stood nearly a head taller and easily kept the phone away from her. Blake, give me my phone. She punctuated each word with righteous anger. He didn't like the idea of some idiot, wannabe DJ dude taking advantage of her. Not that he'd treated her much better. Blake pressed send and held the phone out to her.
Here you go.
She snapped the phone from him and read the reply he'd written.
This is Cecilia's bodyguard. Do not text or call this number again, or you'll have a tough time spinning those records, never mind standing up straight.
Her chest rose and fell like she was trying to catch her breath. Then her mouth twisted, and she leveled him with a glare. So, it turns out that you do know how to text.
Of course He caught himself, belatedly realizing her insinuation. Regrettably, I am familiar with the technology.
Is this a new skill you recently acquired, or were you tech-savvy roughly 5 years ago? Relief washed over him when she didn't say the exact number of days. Unfortunately, he knew in much the same way she'd listed the string of numbers since her last real meal. However, for him, it wasn't because they'd broken up. He'd never given them a chance truly to be together. His reason for knowing that particular time frame was what kept him away from Hawkridge Hollow, from his family, and what kept him in pieces. Should we talk about it, or are we going to let it fester between us unspoken? She asked. He shrugged.
Let's let it fester.
He'd left home to avoid examining the past, emotions, and the inevitable difficulty that came with them. Her hands crossed in front of her chest. She lifted a shoulder and cocked her head. Her eyes narrowed and her lips formed a thin line. The girl who'd appeared lost and confused and devastated when she'd regained consciousness after he dragged her from the ocean had made a quick recovery. The version of Cece in front of him was feisty. He kind of liked it. Instead of awkward silence, charged air crackled between them in the long pause before Cece spoke. "No, I already have an open wound, and you, Blake, did not take part in its formation."
"You were the one who used the word fester."
He struggled not to smile as he lowered into the chair to finish his meal. "Obviously, that was a poor word choice. Shame on me for even asking you." He leaned back, relieved she agreed it was a subject they best put behind them. "But we are talking about it. Now."
"Or not."
A sudden stubbornness came over him as he pushed his plate away. It was like when his mother told him to eat his vegetables. In part, he stopped listening, but as Cece continued to speak, she leaned closer and closer. He tipped farther and farther back in his chair, hammocking his head in his hands. It took all his power to resist her magnetic pull. That seemed to infuriate her. "Are you even listening to what I'm saying?"
"No,"
she roared in frustration. "For that, I'll just have to start over. We met at your family's resort. We flirted. We kissed."
"I seem to remember enjoying that part."
He couldn't help flashing a cocky grin. "Apparently not enough to text or call me back. I thought maybe there was something between us, something real, something hard to come by in my line of business, but I guess you had better things to do." All 4 legs of the chair legs slammed onto the floor. Something painful twisted in his stomach. His nostrils flared as he got to his feet. The old anger at his helplessness came over him.
"I'm not here to chat with you about the past or present. It's my job to make sure you have a comfortable stay."
She stood. "I'll have to consult management because I'm not entirely sure texting my boy—" She corrected herself. "My ex-boyfriend is included in your job description."
"Just make sure that idiot leaves you alone. He's not welcome here."
Blake wanted to punch the guy for ditching her. "Is that supposed to be threatening?" she asked, stepping closer. His hands balled into fists as he got to his feet.
"I could FaceTime him to give him a better picture of what I mean."
Anxiety drew her features tight. "You wouldn't." He shrugged and tilted his head so they were nearly eye level, mere inches apart. Fury rolled off him like boiling waves.
"He's been warned. If he bothers you, it'll come as no surprise if I pound him."
"Why would you do that?" "Oh, right, it's your job. Poseidon, cook, and thug are all part of the title then?" Her proximity, the movement of her lips, and her breath whispering across his skin stilled his anger and stirred another part of him. A part of him that was certainly not employed by the resort.
"Cook? Not so much. I was hungry too."
But that wasn't the entire truth, even though he'd never have admitted otherwise. She had a raw vulnerability to her that he didn't quite remember. Whether the breakup was the most tragic thing in her life, or it was something more, he wanted to calm the storm in her eyes, and the one in his chest. Despite his attraction to her, he was not looking for more complications in his life, and Cece Sparrow was definitely complicated. Her phone beeped.
"I could shut the phone off for you."
He arched an eyebrow. He'd purposefully left his in Hawkridge Hollow when he'd left, though he'd later replaced it, if only for practical business purposes. "I need it." She gripped it tightly like a child with her favorite toy. It beeped again, followed by an obnoxious song. "I should take this." She glanced at the screen.
"Or I could throw it into the ocean."
"You wouldn't dare."
"I dare you to stop checking it."
"I have to keep up with my social media. The fans need to be updated." He regretted ever getting the internet installed on the island. In the early days of the resort, there wasn't any, but because of the caliber of their clientele, many required connectivity. It also helped him make arrangements easier and increase security. Still, it annoyed him how much she clung to her device. The phone beeped again, but instead of tapping the screen, she lifted her chin and met his eyes. "Unlike you, I respond to people who contact me." He felt like rolling his eyes as they returned to that tired subject. She clicked her tongue. "Blake, I'll accept your dare if you tell me why you never texted back." He shifted on his feet and considered her offer. The phone beeped again, and he held out his hand in response. She merely turned the device off and set it on the table. He sat down on the plush cream-colored sofa and rested his elbows on his knees. She sat on the opposite end and tucked her feet under her and propped her head in her hands. It was almost as if they were friends and were going to play a board game or watch a movie. But the film of his life, specifically 5 years earlier, was something he didn't want to think about, nor was it a story he wanted to tell. Ever. A sigh escaped. As if sensing his hesitation, she said, "Hawk Ridge Hollow Resort? Snowboarding on the slopes? Cocoa by the fire? Flirting like there was a spark between us? Your lips on mine? My heart melting? My heart breaking?" There was no denying the hurt in her eyes as she referenced the lyrics to her hit song. Breaking her heart wasn't his intention. No, protecting it was. He'd failed multiple times over. He stiffened and swallowed thickly. His suspicions were correct. Her song, "Once Wasn't Enough," was about their brief time together. He knew he'd hurt her, but had told himself it was more like an insult. She was a diva, used to getting the flavor of the week, chewing him up and spitting him out. She would have cut things off with him in a matter of months anyway. Her gaze bore into him, and he made the mistake of looking at her. His eyes landed on her lips, which were twisted into a scowl, but her eyes told another story. My heart melting? It had meant something more to her. It had to him as well, but... He let out a ragged exhale, giving in. "The day after you left, I was skiing with my father. The conditions weren't ideal, but we were both pros, right? I believed we could handle anything. We took a run down a double black diamond. No big deal. We'd done it loads of times." Blake's breath caught in his chest. He balled one hand into a fist and caught it in the other. He couldn't go on. The words wouldn't come out. He got to his feet. "I should go." Cece stood and extended her arm as though reaching for him, then quickly retracted it. He strode toward the door. She followed. Across the room, her phone, programmed on silent, vibrated against the table, but she didn't automatically look in its direction. She held up her end of the dare. Her stormy eyes concentrated on him, challenging him to keep going. "A snow squall came upon us and produced whiteout conditions. My father must have lost control and hit a tree. When I realized he wasn't with me, zipping past, spraying me with snow and laughing because the old man could still out-ski me." Blake paused. His brothers knew the story up until that point, but he hadn't ever told anyone the next part. "I hesitated. I was having a good run and wanted to keep going. I thought maybe he was messing with me or I don't know what, but that hesitation cost him his life." Cece's fingers pressed against her lips. "I went back, called, searched. The snow was thick, blinding. I found him in a tangle around a tree. He was unconscious. I took too long finding him and getting the rest of the mountain rescue team. Life flight came, but it was too late." "He died?" Her voice was a whisper. "He was in a coma for a while. We had the best doctors. They tried everything. Nothing worked." Tears pooled in Cece's eyes, but didn't drop. "If I hadn't hesitated, he'd still be alive." The pain of the past seized Blake's muscles, tightening his chest, his lungs, his throat. His entire body actually ached. "You don't know that," she said too quickly. He shrugged. "I do. It's my fault my father died. I didn't act fast enough." He'd gone over the scene every single night since it had occurred. If the second that I'd noticed my father wasn't there and had turned back, perhaps they could have saved him. "Blake, you don't know that for sure." but he did, right down to his bones. They stood there, toe to toe, but not touching. Despite his confession and devastation, the crackling continued between them as though communicating. I understand. You don't. Look into my eyes and you'll see a reflection of your pain. It's my own mirrored back to you. He lifted his eyes to hers. Sure enough, the agony of whatever tragedy had befallen her was there, and whatever caused it was much bigger than a lousy boyfriend who'd broken up with her over text. And despite his better sensibilities, the knowledge of that almost wrecked him. Chapter 5. Cece. Earlier that morning, Cece had not expected to stand opposite Blake in the doorway to her thatched roof cabana on some island she'd never heard of until that day. She certainly didn't expect to see the giant, brawny guy she'd once fallen in love with while in such a raw state. As they remained there, the energy shifted between them, softened slightly. The shared pain of loss brought them closer together. Cece didn't know if she could trust him, and her wound was too fresh to tell him what had happened, even if he dared her. But it was important that he knew that she felt what he did. He wasn't alone, even though it appeared as if he'd tried his best to isolate himself from the rest of the world. It didn't take her long to realize why she felt compelled to let him see her vulnerability, especially considering he'd broken her heart. It was the first and only time she'd felt that way about a guy. When they'd kissed, her foot had popped. She felt so strongly about him, then so crushed, she'd written a song about her heartache. It took a while, but she'd also penned the girl power anthem in response as she built herself back up, finally healed and moved on. He'd caused her pain. She transformed it into something powerful. The last thing she wanted to offer was understanding or forgiveness. But when he told his story, cracking himself open, that was exactly what she did. She knew all too well what it was like to bear it all alone. They continued to stand there, the air charged between them. His broad chest rose and fell, his jaw tensed, his lips twitched. It was as though he braced himself for an attack. Instead, she met him with neutrality. She couldn't offer him a smile just yet, but she spared him her anger. "Thanks for dinner, and your honesty," Cece managed to say. "I'm so sorry about your dad."
Thanks for your forgiveness. You know that I don't deserve it.
She wrinkled her nose, not exactly sure what he referred to. "I didn't say that I forgave you." His eyes flicked to hers.
No, you didn't say it. You sang it, Cecilia.
With that, he disappeared down the lantern-lit path. Like a snap of the fingers, the moment of authenticity between them dissolved, and he returned to being his regular arrogant self. His comment echoed, punctuated by her full name, Cecilia. She groaned, irritated that he knew the song she'd written was about him. Through an agonizing amount of therapy, she'd learned that holding on to her sadness, anger, and resentment only hurt her. She parlayed that newfound understanding into the girl power anthem and sang about letting go and forgiving, but not forgetting, in Never Again, Not You. Blake was aware of it. He was infuriating. The way he said Cecilia wasn't endearing, it was more like a command. A term of ownership. Like he knew he'd conquered her heart and could then brand himself king, lording over her. She stood there a moment longer, reflecting on how he'd rescued her from the ocean. The focus in his eyes while evaluating her state, the meal he'd made and the dares, bringing her full circle back to the water. She couldn't swim, but she'd learn. He'd teach her. When he'd pulled her from the ocean and she came to, he had the same focus in his eyes as he did when he told the story of his father. It was as though he believed that by concentrating hard enough and doing everything right, it was up to him whether someone lived or died. She knew better. When Cece stepped away from the entrance to the cabana, she sensed Blake's presence inside the vast open room, as though he was still seated on the couch, at the table, filling the space with his energy, his vulnerability, and his anger. He was a big guy, tall and strongly built. She'd experienced that firsthand when, dripping wet, he'd hovered over her, relief in his eyes when she'd gasped for breath. His wet shirt clung to his muscled chest and arms. Even though he'd taken to the role of a beach bum with the long hair and unshaven face, it certainly didn't appear as if he did any amount of bumming around. She imagined the only time he relaxed was when he watched the sunset, and even then he'd thrown himself into harm's way to help her. As she paced through the room, it was as if she couldn't escape him. He'd pumped her heart when her body couldn't. He provided oxygen when she wasn't able to draw a breath. Though she couldn't remember those moments, he'd revived her. Had he always been with her, a magnet planted between them that first time they'd met, drawing them back together? She told herself she was over him. She was. She'd declared it to the world. Even though no one except Serena knew that he was the subject of her song, was he somehow still a muse? Parting the draped netting, she flopped onto the bed. It was the only place in the room she could escape him, since he hadn't ventured there. But she couldn't break free of her thoughts, which repeatedly circled back to Blake Hawkins. All of those years ago, she may have experienced love at first sight, but whatever flame burned between them had been extinguished when he'd disappeared. As it turned out, despite his valid reason for not returning her texts, his father died. She knew the agony of losing someone she loved and not being able to do anything about it. A new thought slammed into her as the waves had earlier. He knew the song was about him, which meant every time he heard it, he was reminded of the events surrounding his father's death. Of course, she hadn't known what happened, so creating a time capsule of that tragic period in his life wasn't her intention. But thinking about it from his perspective made her wince. However, he didn't have to shut her out and not respond when she tried to connect with him. She would have been there for him, right? After they'd met, she was about to start her first world tour. She was swept into her new life as a successful musician. Perhaps it would have been too much, and she'd have been the one turning her back on him. But none of that mattered. She wasn't interested in Blake Hawkins, or falling in love, or romance. The list of her difficulties was long. Grieving her sister, not being able to write new songs, never mind sing. On top of that was her obligation to the record company, the canceled tour, and the paparazzi. Hours ticked by. Across the room, her phone vibrated against the table. She added another item to the list, her recent breakup. Jackson sent 6 texts after Blake so rudely took her phone and messaged her ex. He'd written, "What bodyguard? Who is this? Cece, if you're reading this, I want to talk. You've never not texted me back. What's going on?" The last one, sent at midnight his time, probably after he was done DJing and the party was underway. "If you read this, I miss you." She waited for that flicker inside, the little lift of butterflies in her stomach, to tell her that she missed him too. They didn't take flight. When she and Jackson had kissed, her foot had never so much as hopped. Never mind, popped. So what did it matter? She didn't miss him. But she did miss sleep, and when, as usual, it didn't take her to dreamland, she picked up her phone and answered Jackson. She didn't want to be alone. "I'm here. Are you awake?" The little dots on the bottom of her phone didn't appear, signaling he was replying. He'd probably passed out after a late-night DJ session. They hadn't been together for long. She certainly didn't love him or envision a future with him. There had been little substance between them. Then again, after Blake and several instances of being misled and taken advantage of because of her fame, fortune, and influence, She hadn't allowed herself truly to get close to any guys, even though she was never without a boyfriend. Her phone finally beeped. Jackson's name popped up on the screen. He was a distraction from her pain, and because sleep continued to evade her, she gave in to the interruption. He wrote, "I'm at Blaze." It was a club downtown that he'd brought her to once before. Part of their role in the entertainment industry were public appearances at new restaurants, attending clothing and product launches, and participating in other high-profile events. It was a little-known fact, but they paid celebrities to endorse silently a place or product by virtue of their presence or use of the item. Jackson was often asked to go to clubs, which she hated. They often requested her attendance at product launches, like the skincare line, which he hated. They tried to compromise, which meant she sometimes went to clubs, like Blaze. "Come meet me, or we could go back to my place," he wrote. He always wanted her to go back to his place. Another little-known fact, she wasn't that kind of woman. She replied, "What did you want to talk about?" "Can you speak with your manager about getting me put back on the tour? You know I was counting on that." "I was too." Her stomach sank. "How about brunch in the morning, and we can go talk to her together? She'll understand." He'd meant that he'd try to flirt his way back onto the tour, because that's what he did to get anything and everything from women. He wasn't especially skilled at it, and because of that, mostly she ignored it and considered him harmless. Just a flirt. Considering he was voted one of the hottest guys alive, the women forgave him. "Come on, I need to see you. I miss you, baby." Her muscles tensed. It may have been the fact that he'd broken up with her, or perhaps in his breakup text he'd mentioned that he missed her hair, or maybe it was his use of the word baby, bringing to mind Blake and the warning text he'd sent Jackson. Blake had said that he wanted to make sure she had a comfortable stay. Sure, the bed was comfortable, and the accommodations were excellent. Although she'd intended texting Jackson to be a distraction, it had made her distinctly uncomfortable. She felt used in a way, but that's how people succeeded in the industry, using each other to get a leg up. Had she ever done that? Her mind wandered through memories of various interactions, and she concluded that she hadn't, except for Blake. She'd used her pain over the sparks that flew to pin not one, but 2 top songs that remained on the charts years later. "You still there? I'll come get you in the morning," Jackson wrote. To him, the morning was more like noon. For her, dawn was still far off. But he wouldn't be picking her up in his obnoxious blue and yellow boy racer with the giant spoiler on the back, not unless it could float. She replied, "You can't." She didn't want to see him. Perhaps it was the island air, rearranging her cells and molecules, reorganizing her interests and priorities, but she didn't want to see him. Someone else's face, with a layer of scruff along the jaw, brown eyes, and freckles on his nose floated into her mind. Like a bubble, she popped it. She wasn't on the rebound. She wasn't on the market. She wasn't interested in dating or flirting or romance. Cece was in mourning. She had been in mourning since the moment she realized Serena wasn't going to make it. An agonizing ache gripped her. Despite what she'd said to the contrary, the hope that she'd offered to everyone around her after they'd received the news, Serena included, and the confidence she'd portrayed in her sister's recovery in the face of the odds, was false. She'd known the truth all along. She'd sung her way out of the trailer park, creating a life of security and abundance for Serena and herself. Life was good, but she knew all too well that good things never remained. All along, she'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop, for tragedy to strike. She shook her head, feeling confused and all kinds of wrong. That was why she'd waded into the water the day before, to drown the truth. She knew her sister was going to die, and there was nothing she could do about it. She wanted to wash it from her mind, her heart, and when she surfaced, she'd be free again.
"What do you mean, baby?" Jackson texted.
"I left. I'm on Lizzie's family's private island in the Caribbean." She clicked off her phone. There was nothing more for her to do. Feeling emptier than ever, at a loss, she dropped to her knees and surrendered her fears and confusion, her heartache and sadness to God. Hours passed. Cece's mind churned with the revelation of her hopelessness, the interaction with Jackson and Blake, and a dozen other things she struggled with. Sleep continued to evade her. As the sky lightened to the pale gray of dawn, Cece plunked a hat on her head, grabbed a new pair of sunglasses from her luggage, and stepped into the day that hardly felt new. It was like time had become one continuous piece of rope, tethered to when she'd learned of her sister's diagnosis, and then every awful, helpless, hopeless moment after that. It was fraying, thinning, but it was all she had left to hold on to, and she was alone. Despite her fatigue, in the light of day, the resort grounds were gorgeous and immaculate. The lanterns along the path were polished copper. The paths themselves were mosaics of seashells and sea glass. The flowers bloomed, and the beach was practically bleached white by the Caribbean sun. She plopped down in the sand, even though there were several private covered lounge areas along the beach. Lost in her thoughts and reflections, she didn't notice the man approaching until he lowered into the sand beside her. The scent of soap and sunblock, of summer, flooded her senses. When she'd met Blake, he smelled of soap and snow, of winter. He'd changed. She felt like something in her was shifting as well, but she was afraid to let go of the familiar resentment she'd clung to for so many years. In fact, she didn't know who she was anymore. "Good morning," he said. His voice was low, languid. Blake Hawkins was a study in contrasts. Long surfer hair and an incredibly toned body. Beach bum voice and a commanding posture. Sharp eyes and soft lips. Never mind Captain America or Iron Man. He was like a living, breathing Thor. She focused her attention on the sea. "Morning." "I don't get a good attached to my morning?" he asked, seemingly well rested. His hair was damp, and she imagined he got up early, worked out before the sun rose, and then showered. She, on the other hand, was not well rested. "That remains to be seen."
"Why so grave?" he asked. "Did you sleep poorly?"
His eyes danced over her, lingering at her downturned lips.
"I take it you didn't sleep." She shook her head. "Was the bed okay? The pillows? Were you too hot? Too cold?" He paused, as though none of that was possible because the resort was clearly meticulous about the finer details. "Ah, you texted with the ex-boyfriend. What was his name? DJ Dimwit, DJ Deadbeat, DJ Dumb."
She tipped her head side to side. He smirked.
"Here's the question. Did he make you happy?"
She snorted.
"Should I take that as a no?"
"Generally, I wasn't an unhappy person. I had my faith, my family, my music, and everything that came along with that."
You use the past tense.
Clearly, he was well-rested and astute. After Blake's confession about his father the night before, her own story of losing her sister begged itself free. She needed to talk about it, to share it with someone. He'd understand. She'd been in therapy and knew the power of talking things out, but shame held her tongue. She'd somehow given up on Serena. Sure, she showed up at every appointment, was there before and after. She'd held her. She'd paid for everything available that could have possibly held a cure. But some part of her had given up hope, and that part had survived, while Serena had not. The guilt and shame smashed over her like the waves the day before. "I don't know who I am anymore," she whispered. Either Blake didn't hear over the caw of the seagulls and the lapping of the waves, or he gave her the space to continue. "I had everything. Now I have nothing."
"If you're referring to your hair, it'll grow back. If you mean about the ex, he's not worth taking back."
But that wasn't it, not by a long shot. When she didn't answer, he asked,
"If you don't know who you are, well, what kind of person do you want to be?"
"I don't know, but apparently I'm the kind of woman who escapes to a cabana with a thatched roof in the middle of the Caribbean Sea when things get hard."
It's more common than you'd think, and there's a difference between running when things get hard and taking care of yourself because things are hard.
When did he go so wise? I still haven't gotten used to this lifestyle. I was a girl who grew up in a trailer park. I'd never really known my father. When my songs became hits and I made the papers, the internet, and every media outlet known to humanity, he crawled out of the woodwork, hoping for a relationship. It quickly became apparent that by relationship, he meant he wanted money. My mother worked 3 jobs when I was growing up to support us. When we were old enough to fend for ourselves, she'd crawled into the woodwork, along with a bottle of gin, and never emerged. She died of alcohol poisoning shortly after. In high school, we found faith, and that was our saving grace. He was quiet for a moment as the words settled between them. She'd never told anyone about her troubling past. However, she'd do anything to avoid her feelings in the present. She hadn't meant to share her sob story, but something needed to come out. The sun had lifted over the horizon, a reverse of the night before as they sat there. It made the water shimmer and painted the sand gold. Her skin grew warm.
"Who do you mean when you say we?" he asked after a beat.
Before Cece could figure out a way to avoid answering because it hurt so much, his eyes darted to the sky. She followed his gaze. Blake rose to his feet, pulled out a weapon, and took aim. Chapter 6. Blake. Blake fired the BB gun at the drone. With precise aim, he hit it once, twice, 3 times before it fell from the sky and landed down the beach. "What did you do?" Cece's voice strained with concern. "Why?"
"To protect you," he said, striding toward the wreckage.
"From a bird?" she asked, hurrying after him.
"No, a drone."
He paused long enough to be sure that the comment registered. Then he continued on to collect what remained of the machine.
"Who knew you were here?" he called over his shoulder.
"Why would—" Her expression shifted from plaintive to confused to irritated. The last one was quickly becoming his favorite because of how pink her cheeks got and how she'd narrow her eyes. "Lizzie and—"
"The DJ."
It was a statement, not a question. "I texted him last night. He wanted to meet. I told him—"
"Be careful who you trust, Cecilia."
He didn't wait to see how that comment landed, because from the outside he was probably the last person she ought to trust. He swiftly picked up the drone. Whoever operated it must have been offshore and possibly long gone. He had surveillance surrounding the island and would soon learn the owner of the boat, trace the source, and take care of the problem. "Anyway, you didn't have to shoot it out of the sky," she said.
"Flying them here without authorization is illegal."
"Island law?" she asked. "Maybe I should know my rights in that case."
"My law, Cecilia."
He pinned her in place with his eyes. Hers stormed in defiance. "Jackson wouldn't be spying on me with a drone. He has enough difficulty getting off the couch. He wouldn't fly down here, track me down, and then take photos of me sitting on the beach."
"No?"
Blake bristled at each mention of the ex-boyfriend, but was relieved that there was no love lost between them.
"Would he be above selling you out?"
To who? She must not have gotten much rest because she was particularly slow on the uptake. "Oh, yeah, the paparazzi. Okay, maybe I'm glad you shot it down then."
"They give you much trouble?"
"You have no idea. They follow my every move, 24 hours a day." She went on to tell him how most recently they'd nearly run her car off the road and threw rotten food at it.
"This is how it works here. No cameras, no phones, no paparazzi. This is a hideaway of sorts, an oasis, a sanctuary for high-profile people to experience anonymity. He expected her to nod in agreement, to promise not to tell anyone where she was. Instead, she said, "What are you hiding from?" A grunt escaped. "I have to consult security. Stay out of trouble." He padded through the sand, eager to get away from the questions she'd asked, and the way being next to her made him feel like a live wire, a fuse about to detonate. He'd played the bad boy role for years, but when he departed from the mainland, he left that behind and learned to control his urges. Apparently, being around Cece ignited something inside of him. "Wait, why'd you sit with me to watch the sunrise?" she called. "I wanted to make sure you kept your feet on land." He eyed the ocean. "The surf is big today. Use the pool if you want to cool off." "Remember, I can't swim." Carrying the drone, he stomped away. He was the one who needed to cool off. He was angry at her parents for not being there, at the ex-boyfriend for selling out her location, at the paparazzi for pursuing her, and at himself. How much pain could one woman sustain? How could he ease it? Mostly he was heated up because she made his heart slam against his chest and the blood flood his veins. He didn't have time for that. After consulting the rest of the security team, Blake learned the drone was unlicensed, but they were reviewing security footage and investigating the breach. He spent the rest of the morning in the office, assisting the team and waiting for the technician to repair the machine so they could find out if the culprits had gotten any relevant recordings and transmitted them wirelessly. If so, the paparazzi would likely broadcast them, and that would provide another way to find the source. Not that he wanted Cece to have more of her life exposed to the public, particularly her whereabouts. He'd been dealing with notable public figures for years, and knew that photographers who invaded the privacy and jeopardized the safety of his guests, or anyone for that matter, were scum. He'd make them pay. By the end of the day, the security team had a couple of solid leads, and he wandered down to the beach to watch the sunset. The glowing orb dipped lower and lower toward the sea. The surf wasn't as big as the day before, but he kept a watchful eye on the horizon, in case Cece got any crazy ideas. There were coves and plenty of other places at the resort where the waves were gentler, and of course, multiple pools and the private hot tubs at each of the cabanas. As light gave way to shadow, Cece's silhouette, a perfect hourglass as her hips swayed side to side, silently approached and then slid into the sand beside him. "Do you watch it set every night?" she asked. He nodded. "Must be nice." "Reminds me to be thankful that another day has passed." "What about the sunrise? Having gratitude for the day to come?" She trailed off. Her muscles weren't as tightly coiled as they were earlier. Maybe she'd taken a nap or gotten a massage. He could certainly use one. Tension rolled off him in waves. He didn't want to chat, to get to know her, to mend things between them. He was perfectly content living his quiet island life. He didn't need her tempting him with her bright smile, the desire to protect her from her struggles, or anything having to do with her perfect shape. He fixed his eyes on the horizon. "What are you grateful for?" she asked. "Right now, it's all we truly have." She seemed to contemplate this. "What about things from the past? For instance, I'm thankful for God's saving grace. My voice, my sister." She went quiet a beat, then cleared her throat. "That was who I meant when I said we earlier." "You guys had a rough time growing up, huh?" The thought of her having to deal with her mother's death, the absent, greedy father, and everything that went along with it made his jaw tighten. "We made it through." "Siblings are good like that." "You have a bunch of brothers, right?" 4. "You have just the one sister?" "Not anymore." Her chin fell to her chest. He stiffened, and his head jerked to her with sudden clarity. She couldn't meet his eyes, but told the story of her sister's diagnosis,
treatments, and then the loss. Toward the end of the story, the dusky shadows threatened to take her voice as it fell to a whisper. It was like she was fading before his eyes.
"I'm sorry," he said.
"That's what everyone says."
"No, I'm sorry because I know exactly how it feels. I'm sorry for your pain. I lost a sister too. We weren't as close as you and Serena, but it's a particular kind of devastation."
"She was the only family I had."
"Trust me, I understand."
"You have your brothers, though." Blake shook his head.
"Shortly after our father died, we had a falling out. Haven't spoken since."
He went silent, not because he didn't want to talk about it, though he didn't, but because more than anything he wanted to help her, though he wasn't sure how. At last he said,
"Have you eaten anything?"
"A muffin this morning."
"We have 5-star chefs at Hawkins Harbor Resort, and that's all you've eaten?"
He pushed to standing and held out his hand to help her up.
"Come on, I don't want you passing out on me again, Cecilia."
As they walked toward the other side of the island, he was sure to explain the extent of the amenities available, emphasizing the assortment of cuisines and dishes.
"Anything you want, from the finest caviar, king crab, calamari, or if gummy bears and M&Ms are more your thing, we can get them too."
"Yes, both, please. Usually they're on my rider." He pressed his lips together and nodded, mock-indulgently. "What? I have a sweet tooth." He also told her she could go horseback riding, snorkeling, and yachting if she so desired.
"As they say, your wish is my command."
"If that's the case, I wish to learn how to swim."
"Absolutely."
Relief swept through him because she was being practical. "I want you to teach me," she added. Had there been a stone in his path, he would have tripped over it.
"I don't think that's a great idea."
Mostly because that meant she'd be in a bathing suit. "You must be a strong swimmer, considering you pulled me out of the heavy waves." He shuddered a breath. "I am starved," she said. Mercifully, they set foot in the on-site restaurant, and the smells of herby and fresh food cooking distracted her. It was just the two of them in the space with dark wood tables and low, intimate lighting. Several other guests were staying on the island, but most everyone kept to themselves. The place was large enough and the people few that they stayed out of each other's way. Blake ordered the nightly special, and Cece ordered a salad with salmon. "So you say my wish is your command." She drummed her fingers on the table. It seemed like she was trying hard to think of something that would irritate him. "Swim lessons."
"I'll have someone come to the island. A professional."
"Would you be anything but professional?" He grunted and jiggled the ice in his glass. "Please teach me how to swim."
"Am I going to regret pulling you from the surf?"
"That's up to you." There was something spicy, daring in the statement that had nothing to do with the firecracker shrimp the server brought. Compliments of the chef. She popped one in her mouth. "Is there a place where I can play music, record if I wish to?"
"I'm not a genie with 3 wishes."
"You said my wish is your command."
"You're a diva."
"I am not," she retorted, as heat crept up her neck. "But at least I'm not a smug, arrogant, macho—"
"Swim instructor? You wouldn't want me to, I don't know, leave you in the middle of the ocean?"
"Fine," she said, pulling back on her insults. "But you're—"
"You were saying something about me being macho?"
"I was going to say conceited."
"I don't think that's what you were going to say,"
he muttered as the food arrived. After a few minutes passed in silence while they ate, he relented.
"As for the music studio, it was added about 10 years ago, by request of a certain British band who camped out on the island for 6 months. It was before my time, but legend goes they're the reason we got the new gazebo over on the point."
"They donated it?"
"No, they destroyed it, and we had to build a new one."
"Just don't bother destroying a hotel room when you can demolish a resort."
She harumphed. "Something like that."
Her eyebrows lifted. "I need to find my muse. Get back to the music." Her gaze flitted from him to the window.
Don't break anything, please.
Her brow furrowed and her lips fell. Loss already broke her.
I'll make sure everything is ready for you in the studio. I'm no musician, but in the meantime, it might be helpful if you relax, if you're seeking your muse, as you said.
Funny you should talk.
I'm not seeking my muse.
His eyes flitted to her.
What? I am, and relaxed.
She tucked her head in disbelief. You look relaxed with the long hair and surfer vibe, but you're so high-strung, shooting drones out of the sky and with a watchful eye on everything, it seems like you could snap.
I'm doing my job and not trying to write a new song.
Her phone beeped. She gave it her attention, typing rapidly. He recalled his dare from the night before.
Cecilia, I dare you to relax.
I dare you to stop bugging me. Her eyes didn't lift from the screen.
I dare you to leave the phone off for 5 minutes. Maybe it's interrupting your creative flow, he teased.
They went quiet for a minute as the server brought their plates. If this is a game of truth or dare, what's the truth? She set her napkin in her lap.
Tell me why you can't sit still.
She shifted and her leg jiggled under the table. If he weren't a gentleman, he would have clamped his hand down on it. She squared her shoulders. Because if I do, the sadness will take me under. I have to keep my head above water. Now you know why I need to learn how to swim. Her tone was blunt. Behind those words was a threat not to ask more. My turn. Truth. Why won't you leave me alone?
I think you'll find the answer to that in the answer you just gave. It's my job to make sure you're okay.
Are you a therapist?
I could arrange for one to fly out.
She rolled her eyes. He speared a piece of broccoli. They both ate in frustrated silence. She fussed with the napkin. You already rescued me once. I can't expect you to be there to come to my aid all the time.
Why not?
The question was out of his mouth before he could stop it. Because you're you. As she spoke, she tapped on her phone's screen, texting or updating her social media. She groaned, then scrolled some more. He didn't want her comment to penetrate his armor, but maybe she already had. The moment he thought he'd lost her when he struggled to revive her on the beach. Then again, he already had lost her years before. But maybe having her return to his life was a sign, a reminder, a lesson. As he ate, he studied her face, illuminated by the candlelight in the restaurant, but also by the blue glow of the phone. Her expression was strained. He knew well enough the dangers of social media, the comments, criticisms, and comparisons. During the course of their conversation, it was like he slowly lost her to the trappings of the online world.
Is your dinner okay? You've hardly eaten.
He cast his words to see what he might catch. Without looking up from the screen, she said, Yes, it's great. I just keep seeing these comments people are making about my hair. The hair. There's one of me before and after captioned, Hair she is, hair she isn't, ha ha, she said dryly. Or how about this one? To cut the long story short, Cece Sparrow won't be rescued like Rapunzel anytime soon. Her fingers brushed the regrowth.
Your hair wasn't long enough to drop from a tower.
He wasn't sure if it was time for jokes. She almost smiled. Serena would have thought it was funny. I mean, she didn't want me to cut it off, but she said I pulled it off.
You do, and you shouldn't look at stuff like that on the internet.
I know I have to stop, but it's like I'm as addicted to the compliments as I am to the rejections. That's what Serena used to say.
You're missing out on what's in front of you, he said plainly.
Huh? She asked, at the same time as he slipped the phone from her hand. Blake, give it back.
Only if you leave it in your room, put it in a drawer, and don't look at it for a week.
I can't, she paused. His eyes bore into her. He was serious. Is this another dare?
No, it's not, but I do dare you to write a song.
She tilted her head as though accepting his challenge. Then I dare you to leave me alone. That wouldn't be easy.
What about the swim lessons?
She pinched her lips together. Except during swim lessons.
Good thing you can't bring your phone in the water, he snapped back.
Chapter 7. Cece. Cece informed her online followers she was doing a digital detox and taking the week off. She didn't even wait to gauge the response from her fans before powering down her phone. As the days passed, there were times when she craved a check-in, a status update, or to snap and post a selfie, but she resisted. She'd cut herself off. What she couldn't resist was Blake, not in his swim trunks, all muscular and tan and hunky, while he waited for her by the pool. He didn't follow through with the dare to leave her alone either. His gaze followed her as she wound past the lounge chairs, then slipped off her sandals and sarong. He tore his eyes from her, looked up to the sky, and dove into the pool. She'd slathered her entire body in sunblock and was thankful for the bit of regrowth of her hair to protect her head. The Caribbean sun was fierce, and she was only made hotter when he dunked into the water, then came up, glistening as he brushed his hair back.
Come on in. This is the shallow end. You can stand, he teased.
She forced back the retort on her tongue because she wanted to learn how to swim and not say or do anything that would cause him to leave her floundering.
Here's what I want to know. How did you avoid learning how to swim your whole life?
He asked when she waded in. She moved slowly into the water. Even though the air was warm, she winced as it reached her belly. Lots of people don't know how to swim. There was hardly a creek in the town where I grew up in Central Florida, and alligators occupied it, so I steered clear of it.
I'm going to assume you're not afraid of the water, considering you walked right into the ocean.
I realize now that I'm only afraid of drowning and alligators. She shivered, despite the heat. Being so near to Blake went against her better judgment. He went over some safety tips, then had her practice arm movements and treading water, while holding on to the side of the pool. He was patient and playful, teasing her a few times and splashing her, but it made her feel more at ease. He instructed her in how to float as well. Over the next few days, they built up to her swimming across the shallow end before moving to the deep end. They'd also built up tension between them, like they each held the end of a rope, and like with swimming, hand over hand, tightened the slack. Him in his board shorts, her in her bathing suit, him in the sun, her in the water. After their lessons, she routinely took a cold shower.
Today is the day we're going to leave the safety of the shallow end, he announced on a partly cloudy morning.
I don't know, she said, standing up to her shoulders in the water.
I'll be right there alongside you. Trust yourself.
The way he said the words almost sounded pained, like it was harder for him to trust than swim into dangerous waters.
You can do it, Cecilia, he encouraged.
His eyes never left her. She kicked off and felt herself dipping into the water, struggling to stay afloat. Blake coached her, reviewing the skills they'd covered to help her create buoyancy and power as she moved through the water. She was halfway across, and for a moment she felt like she'd slip under. Her heart pounded, and she was nearly out of breath. Blake's eyes caught her, but not his hands.
You got this, he urged.
She thrust her legs under her, kicking hard, slicing her arms through the water. She pushed herself with a half doggy paddle and half breaststroke. She dug deep for strength until she finally made it to the tile wall on the other side. Blake cheered as though she'd climbed Mount Everest or found the cure for a rare disease. Suddenly cold and tired, she shuddered.
You okay?
He asked. Yeah. She worked to catch her breath.
You did it.
A prideful smile slid onto his lips. She should have been proud of herself, but a heaviness settled over her that threatened to sink her to the bottom of the pool. I should go, she said suddenly. Throughout the lessons, she'd found herself enjoying his company, their banter, and the time they spent together. He was careful to keep his distance, but she was drawn to him. It would be so easy to fall back into his arms. She didn't want to make that mistake again. He'd talked about trust, but the real issue was that she couldn't trust herself around him. She had to distance herself. She lifted herself out of the pool and hurriedly dried off. He stood in the center of the shallow end, the water dripping from his hair and onto his broad shoulders. Despite the warmth of the day, he appeared frozen. Confusion drew his features tight. "I hope you have a good afternoon," he called. His voice was strained as though irritated or battling with rejection. The word good dropped like a stone into the water, as if he hoped she didn't actually have a particularly good afternoon. Was it because he felt rejected? "I hope you don't let anyone drown." She hurled the comment a little harder than she'd intended. No, who was she trying to kid? She meant to push him as far away as possible. His lips pressed together as though trying to make sense of the comment as he came up with a reply. "I hope you don't get a sunburn," he fired back. "I hope you don't get food poisoning," she said, wrapping her sarong tight. "I hope your sandal doesn't break and you have to walk across the hot ground." His tone turned sarcastic. "I hope you don't dive into a group of jellyfish and are all alone and there's no one to pee on the sting," she said in one breath. His mouth dropped open. "I hope you don't lose the match to your sock. I hope that both sides of your pillow aren't warm and that you stay nice and busy for the rest of the day. Relaxation is overrated anyway." She huffed as she gathered her things, eager to flame his sudden shift in mood. "Your wish is my command." A week passed. Cece experienced withdrawals from her cell phone and Blake, but she'd never admit it. She continued her swim lessons on her own, practicing the strokes, then doing laps. After the first day, an actual lifeguard was posted by the pool. Without her phone, she felt disconnected from the outside world and feared she was missing out on everything that went on in her absence. She found herself reaching for the phone at random moments, when she was lounging on the beach or wanted to do a social check-in, even though it was locked safely in her cabana. With her newfound swimming ability, she felt empowered, capable, and free, especially when she submerged underwater. Floating in the silence, there was a kind of spaciousness and unburdening that she almost didn't know how to respond to. Apparently, Blake finally took seriously the dare to leave her alone because he was scarce for the next week. The only times she spotted him were at a distance. If they were on the same trajectory, he'd disappear down one path or other. If they were in the main building, he'd take the nearest exit. If she could give up her phone, she could give him up too. At least, that's what she told herself. Cece followed her routine of watching the sunrise. He remained vigilant during the sunset. Her afternoons were spent tucked away in the studio, goofing around with the piano, guitars, and the recording equipment. She'd been in the industry long enough to have a general idea of how the devices worked. Although her recordings weren't professional quality, and if she was honest, she only had the scantiest of ideas for tunes and lyrics, the equipment was top of the line. When she returned to LA, her studio techs would be able to replicate and enhance whatever she managed to capture. That was proving to be the hard part. She had writer's block and singer's block. The emptiness she felt over losing Serena took her creativity with it. Later, when she was back in her cabana, she picked up her phone to text Lauren, her manager, the good news about having access to recording equipment. Then her fingers wandered over to one of her social media accounts. She made the mistake of clicking the button. The phone lit up with notifications. Some of them offered condolences about her sister's death. Apparently, word got out despite her best efforts to keep it quiet. She'd carried on as usual because her sister never wanted to be in the limelight. The funeral had been quick and private. She invited only a select few people outside their immediate circle. She had respected Serena's wishes about her privacy. It was as though Cece's absence online caused everyone, fans and foes alike, to run wild with speculation. The rumors ranged in their degree of scandal, including one of Cece, guiltily escaping to the island with her new beau, who was not Jackson. Sure enough, the drone had leaked the images. There were overhead snaps of her seated in the sand beside Blake. That meant Jackson might have really been behind the whole thing, even though he knew the truth of what had happened with Serena and the real reason she'd fled to the island. She didn't want to believe that about him. A dreadful, murky feeling pooled in Cece's stomach. None of it was right. They had it all wrong, except for the guilt. That was real. But it wasn't what they thought. Rather, she felt guilt over losing hope in Serena's recovery. Hours passed, and Cece was glued to her phone, alone. She scrolled mindlessly, stopping to read an insult here, a kind word there, going back and forth between praise and criticism at the hands of her fans and the media. Over time, Cece cracked open, letting the comments become truths. As pleasant as the previous week had been, and as successful as she was at keeping her head above water, she slipped under. Then the tears came. For the next 12 hours, she laid in bed, reading and responding to the messages, trying to explain what had really happened without betraying Serena's request for anonymity. She bawled her eyes out, missing her sister. Serena would have known how to handle it all. She didn't sleep. She didn't eat. She didn't see Blake, or anyone else for that matter. She considered leaving the island, but wasn't sure where she'd go. Back home was rife with reminders of Serena. Dozens of people had left candles and flowers at the gates to her mansion. She'd seen the photos. She couldn't bear it. Instead, she recalled her conversation with Blake. His dare, his comment about her fear of remaining still, of being alone. She set her phone aside. She got back on her knees, prayed, and then didn't move, reach for a distraction, or try to escape. She sat with her grief. It took her under again and again, much like waves that first day on the island. Only instead of him coming to her aid, she held her own. Eventually, the storms subsided. The tears slowed, then dried. She felt hollowed out, but still breathing. Still alive. It was in the silence, the solace, that the bridge to the song came. Then the chorus. Then the lyrics. She scrambled out of bed and pulled on shorts and a tank, rushing to the studio. It was as if a dam broke, releasing the tears, and then when the waters settled, the music followed. Like a miracle, her writer's block was gone. Her voice returned, full force, streaming from her grandly, triumphantly, melodically. What she wrote could have been a love song, but when listened to carefully, it was a love letter to her sister, to sisterhood. She poured her heart into it, and all the while her eyes remained dry. She'd cried herself out and had released the immediate pain by channeling it into something meaningful, something her sister would have loved, been proud of, and sang along to. In the following days, Blake kept his distance, and she remained off her phone, except she and Jackson texted a bit. She couldn't help herself and had to tell him she was writing music and singing again, if only for him to know that he hadn't broken her. He was trying to win her back. She was mostly using the interaction as a distraction from being alone, even though deep down she knew they'd never get back together. Cece was used to attention. Without it, she feared she might slip into the emptiness. During that time, she slept, ate, swam, and wrote music. Her life was so simple. There wasn't any pressure, no harassment, no stress, no Serena. It still hurt. She still wept from time to time, but she'd proven to herself that she could swim, that she could withstand it. But the guilt over having given up hope stuck with her, and that wasn't something she was sure she'd survive. She knew eventually it would catch up, no matter how hard she tried to outswim, outsing, or pretend it wasn't there. She'd have to talk to Blake about getting some tips about ignoring things, because he seemed good at that. He'd avoided her for 3 weeks, making a month of her stay on the island. After lunch one day, she went to the studio, ready to perfect part of the song, when she heard the faint strains of music coming from inside. A guy with close-cropped hair sat at the mixing board with his back to her. His foot tapped to the beat. Did someone at the resort hire a sound engineer? She closed the door softly behind her.
Sounds good. Soulful.
Blake turned in the swivel chair. His hair was newly cut, with a messy bit left on top. Freshly shaven, the planes of his face with his strong jaw were revealed. His gaze locked on her. Her breath caught. Wow. Blazing sun streams through the window, and she felt herself turning liquid, like gummy bears, or M&Ms melting in the sun. It was the same feeling as the first day they'd met at the ski resort. Butterflies swooped in her belly, her chest lurched, her knees felt wobbly. "What's the occasion?" she managed to ask. He rubbed his hand over his chin.
It had been a while. I thought I'd clean up.
She moved to smooth her own hair, suddenly feeling self-conscious and unkempt. But it wasn't there. Although it was growing in, she assured herself it would take time.
As I said before, you look beautiful.
Her gaze dropped at the reminder of what she no longer had. She shook her head in disagreement. He nodded to refute his claim, and his eyes burned deeper into her.
It's been a few weeks. I figured you needed space. Good to hear you singing, though. You've spent a lot of time alone. From personal experience, I know how important it is, but also dangerous. Grief and guilt can be tricky.
Guilt? He stretched his legs out, crossed them at the ankles, and leaned back in the chair.
Yeah, for being the one who survived.
The words, the acknowledgement, was like a punch in the gut and a hug at the same time. He'd recognized exactly what she was experiencing.
I'd trade anything for it to have been me and not my father. I want to give him back to my brothers. Had there been a choice, him or me, he'd never allow it. I have a feeling your sister wouldn't either.
Her mouth dropped open.
You can't let survivor's guilt get a hold of you. It's toxic.
What did you do with Blake? She asked. The soundproof studio buffeted his chortle of laughter.
That first night, you reminded me of something I all but abandoned. I've spent some time this week with God, and he reminded me a thing or two as well.
Wow.
For a singer with a vast vocabulary, you sure say that a lot.
I'm just... Her eyes scanned the room. Anywhere but on him. He sat there, smoldering. That was the only other word she could think of, and it clouded her mind.
Shocked. He filled in for her.
Surprised, she managed.
Let's see. What are some other synonyms? Flabbergasted? He teased.
Astonished.
Amazed.
Dumbfounded.
Let's stop there. You're no dummy. You're...
It seemed he was suddenly short on words, or hesitant to say them.
I missed you these last few weeks, Cecilia.
A softening occurred in her heart, but a voice in the back of her mind piped up, cautioning her.
I want to start over if we can, he said.
The first time 5 years ago, or more recently?
We both know we can't actually go back, but how about you meet me for dinner tonight? Beachside. We'll try again.
He got up and brushed past her, gusting her with a mixture of sunshine, and aftershave, and summer. She stood there, definitely dumbfounded. Cece had prepared to spend the afternoon in the studio, but she couldn't focus, not with the cleaned-up version of Blake imprinted in the chair by the mixing board. She returned to the cabana and stood in the closet, still dumbfounded. She'd packed plenty of outfits, a ton of makeup, and her favorite pairs of heels. She fretted over what to wear before settling on a white sundress with eyelets and a rose-colored scarf in case it got chilly after the sun went down. Her hair had about 6 weeks of new growth since she'd shaved it, which meant there was nothing she could do to make it look cute. Serena would have said otherwise and would have somehow made it look adorable. Instead, Cece played up her eyes and lips, slathering on the makeup, lining her eyes, lengthening her lashes, and perfecting her pout. She took a selfie, but unsatisfied, deleted it, and took about a dozen more. Blake knocked on her door, interrupting her critique session of each of the photos. His lips pouched when he took her in.
You look... Wait. One thing.
He disappeared into the bathroom and she cringed, waiting for him to comment about the mess. Housekeeping came once a day, but in her whirlwind of getting ready, she'd tried on at least 10 outfits and had a habit of leaving her products unkept and scattered on the counter. Instead, he emerged with a washcloth in hand. He passed it to her.
Wipe it off.
What? She wondered if she'd smudged her eyeliner or something.
Wipe off your makeup, he clarified.
Why?
Because I want to see you, the real you, beneath the glamour, Cecilia.
It was a habit, always having to be camera ready. Frankly, without the veil of her hair, she felt on display and believed she had to enhance all of her other features.
Plus, the paparazzi won't be looking for the real you. He winked.
Are they still looking for me? He'd followed up on the drone incident, but hadn't said much else. He assured her she'd be safe on the island, and no one else would bother her.
We managed to get the film off the drone, and it matched some recently posted images of you. We traced the source and have our legal team on it.
My manager always told me to ignore it.
That's an option, but as your bodyguard, I designate it as harassment, endangerment, and a violation of the law.
Who said you're my actual bodyguard?
I did. It's part of the deal when you come here.
He said simply, as if that were the end of the discussion. Is that true for all guests?
He smirked. Listen, it was likely Jackson leaked your whereabouts, or someone else did in the string of inquiry. That's unacceptable. As far as I'm concerned, there are consequences to doing so.
Blake sounded professional and intimidating. Don't they just want the attention? If I don't give it to them, then does it even matter? A creeping feeling slithered through her stomach. On the one hand, she knew the social media and digital news machine was toxic, but she also relied on it to remain relevant. Who'd she be without her legion of fans? Then again, it seemed many of them turned on her post-Hairgate. Blake's eyes hardened.
I know I dared you to stay off your phone, but you may have caught wind of the threats.
There are always threats. It comes with the territory. People claiming to be relatives, fans who want to marry me, and your run-of-the-mill crazies who want locks of my hair. Rather, they did want locks of my hair. No, they want... She stopped. She'd seen plenty online about people who'd previously adored her, saying vile things about her lack of hair. They wanted her to be who she was, and she feared she'd never be the same again. I don't need anyone to be my bodyguard, to look after me or make a big deal of this. A sound of irritation issued from low in Blake's throat.
If not me, then who's going to look after you?
I've been looking after myself my entire life. He nodded, as though he respected her answer, but then added,
But you don't have to do it alone.
Says the guy who's hiding away on an isolated island, away from his family and friends. Who's going to look after you? He staggered, as though her words were like wind, blowing him back.
I don't think anyone could handle me, but don't worry, I got you, Cecilia.
Each time he called her by her full name, it had a different effect. Sometimes it was like she was being scolded, others assured. At times, it was like he was using a secret code that only they knew, like the real Cecilia was someone only they shared. That time it was softer, gentler, and yet immovable, indisputable. Something had shifted between them, in the air, the energy. It still crackled, but where it had been like the fiercest of flames, licking and blazing, it eased to a pleasant warmth. They were close enough for her to see his freckles. They were like snowflakes, each one different. She felt like she could melt into him. Her eyes lifted to the faint lines around his eyes and then dropped to the tremulousness in his lips. He brought the washcloth to her face. She wiped away the makeup. His gaze pinned her in place, causing something to squeeze in her belly. She wasn't sure if she should run away or fall into his arms. His mouth parted ever so slightly. Her throat was thick. If she lifted up onto her toes, she could... Her phone beeped, breaking the spell. Chapter 8. Blake. Shaved head, saltwater soaked, and stubborn attitude or not, Cece had worked her way into Blake's mind. He didn't want her there, but he recognized her sadness. It was identical to his own. Seeing her so broken almost hurt worse than the pain he'd carried from Hawkridge Hollow. He wanted to bring the flirty, happy girl he'd met so many years ago back, but life happened. There was no going back, only forward. He wasn't sure how. So he'd dropped to his knees. He'd asked God. The answer came in the form of forgiveness. He had to forgive himself for not being able to save his father. He hadn't acted quickly enough during that snowstorm, but would that have made a difference? If he hadn't turned back when he did, would he still have found his father by the tree, with the driving snowstorm? There were so many variables beyond his control that at last Blake surrendered. He was powerless. It wasn't easy, but it was humbling, freeing. During the last weeks, while Cece had watched the sunrise, walked the beach, and spent the afternoons in the mini recording studio, Blake prayed. He sought out a spiritual advisor. He read the Bible. After the accident, he turned his back on faith and had a big hole in his heart ever since. As Blake learned the details of what had brought Cece to the resort, he understood that she hadn't abandoned her beliefs despite her hardship. It gave him hope. Slowly, he recognized that there was only one way to heal. Cece had returned to him for a reason. Without knowing it, she taught him a lesson. He'd run away because of guilt. Whatever she was trying to escape wasn't his business. But she didn't have to be alone like he was, withdrawn and becoming bitter. Being around her made him want to be better. He had his hair cut, shaved, and was finally able to look himself in the eye. All thanks to prayer, and thanks to her. The night before, he'd managed to convince her to take off her makeup, revealing her bright skin, her golden smile, and her stormy eyes. Despite a series of texts from Jackson, all of which she'd answered, they'd eaten dinner together. She'd talked about having writer's block and finally experiencing a breakthrough. Over the weeks that he'd kept distant, he'd heard her crying, and he'd heard her singing. The music studio wasn't entirely soundproof. He wanted to give her the space she needed, but he also wanted to take care of her and make sure she knew that she wasn't alone. The next morning, he rapped on her cabana door. From inside, he heard shuffling. She opened the door, looking sleepy, disheveled, and totally cute. Her short hair stuck out in odd directions. He had the overwhelming desire to kiss the tufts, then move to her forehead, to her cheeks, to her chin, then around to her lips. "Hi," she said. "Back so soon?" He shook himself and blinked a few times. "Okay, time to come out of your cave," he said. "I came out of the cabana last night for dinner." "You came out long enough for us to decide to have dinner delivered." His thoughts snagged on the word us. It was a strange concept. He'd never been in a serious relationship, part of an us, a we. He was the kind of guy who hooked up, then took off. Cece made him want to stick around. They'd eaten dinner on the patio of her cabana, listening to the ocean, the cicadas, and each other, and he hadn't wanted to leave. It seemed like she didn't want to either, so he made plans for them. He knew how easy it was to get stuck, finally to find comfort amidst the struggle and want to remain there. But doing so also posed a risk. She needed to prove to herself she could handle life outside the cocoon she'd carefully constructed. Plus, he wanted to show her around, and for that, they needed to take the yacht. "We're going to Coral Cove," he'd said. "I didn't sign up for any excursions." "This isn't a cruise ship." "Then what's that?" She pointed over his shoulder. "That's the yacht for day trips. The super yacht is for longer getaways, but it's docked in the south of France." He knew he sounded slightly arrogant, but felt like rubbing it in as payback for all her diva ways. "Why do you have a yacht? 2 yachts?" She set her jaw defiantly, as if there was no reasonable answer.
Why don't you have a yacht?
His eyes crinkled as he tried to keep a straight face. She rolled her eyes at his teasing. He used humor to try to ease the pressure between them because it had returned, full force, since they'd parted on less than friendly terms by the pool.
The yacht is for when I want to get away.
Why would you need to get away if you already have a private island?
If you haven't noticed, I've been trying to escape for a long time.
It felt odd and uncomfortable to speak so plainly, but the truth had set him free, and she needed to know that was possible. But you're here now.
Not for long. We're going scuba diving.
I can't. Her eyes widened with concern.
We'll be tethered together.
He belatedly realized that would only tighten the tension between them. She shifted on her feet. I have stuff to do. I've been writing again and...
You've been wallowing.
It seemed she was in a better place than when she'd arrived, but he'd promised that he had her back, that he wouldn't let her slip under the proverbial water. What better way to do that than scuba diving? He definitely saw the irony, but how else to overcome fears than by facing them? That's what he was doing by forcing himself to spend time with her, though that was a truth that would remain unspoken. I thought you were just supposed to make sure the drones or whatever didn't come after me as my self-appointed bodyguard. The truth was, Lizzie had specifically hired him to look after her. Maybe Cece didn't know the extent of the threats against her, but her team did, and they'd kept him informed. The latest was a string of emails getting more and more desperate, threatening. Since she was already in a fragile place, he imagined that her team didn't want to upset her further.
I also want to make sure you make it off this island in one piece.
And scuba diving will somehow ensure that? Her hip cocked, and her hand flew to it.
No, I want to make sure you have fun.
So I'll leave a positive review on your website? She lifted an eyebrow severely.
We don't have a website.
You're too good for internet real estate? She scoffed.
We're too exclusive.
She folded her hands in front of her chest and huffed. I don't get my hair wet with salt water. It's not good for it. She sighed and dipped her head. Oh. Her face clouded, and she backed into the cabana. Blake crossed the threshold, but he'd lost her as she realized anew that she'd shaved off her hair. But he knew it wasn't purely about that, rather what its absence signified. She curled up on the couch. He sat beside her, sinking the cushion. He was careful not to let her soft, tanned skin brush his. There was no telling what kind of electric shock that would set off. Nevertheless, he wanted to take her into his arms, hold her, and assure her that she would be okay. Until his transformation that week through prayer and God's work on his heart, he wouldn't have been able to promise her that. The only thing she could do was face the truth.
Your hair will grow back, but your sister won't come back.
She bolted to sitting. I know that, Blake. That's the problem.
No, the problem is wishing she would when it's impossible.
He softened his tone when her brow furrowed.
Do you want to talk about it?
With you? No.
I'm here if you change your mind. Even though she's gone, you don't have to forget her.
Cece sniffled. A beat passed. That's what I'm afraid of. That I'll forget the sound of her voice, her laugh, the jokes we used to share. That she'll fade from my mind. Serena was always so cheerful and positive. She loved life, people, and, well, hair. She was younger than me by 2 years and full of energy, but always so wise. I listened to everything she said. We even used to play this game, What Would Serena Say? She paused and took a steadying breath. Blake lifted his eyebrows as if to say,
See? Talking about her is good.
Cake for breakfast? No. Dessert first? Yes.
I can get behind that.
Stay up way too late at a club? No. Stay up way too late reading or talking or stargazing? Yes.
I think I would have gotten along with her well.
Cece smiled sadly.
Let me guess. You listened to everything she said, except shaving off your hair.
Except that. Cece's lips quirked, almost like she wanted to smile. She'd have loved it here, she said after a beat.
Would she have told you to get your hair wet?
The tight pain in Cece's face softened, and she almost smiled. Yes.
Then let's go.
Cece was reluctant, particularly about the scuba diving part, but Blake finally convinced her. After they got on board the yacht, she commented, "You named your boat Flew the Coop?"
My father thought it was funny since our last name is Hawkins. Hawks, birds, coops, I guess.
He let out a long exhale.
My parents had a nasty divorce. She left him for someone younger, richer.
I thought you guys were rich.
Yeah, one of the wealthiest families in the world,
he answered, stating a fact and not meaning to be smug about it.
But my mother wanted fame. Anyway, I never thought of it before, but I suppose naming the boat, this, was a little dig at her. Dad was devastated, as you can imagine, and the origin of this place here was his hideaway after everything that went down. Later, we figured other people might need a similar refuge, so we created the resort as we know it.
And you also sought the refuge that he'd created after he passed? Blake nodded as he signaled the captain and then gestured Cece join him on the deck. That's some sad irony. She gazed back at the island as she sat down, and the boat motored away.
His death destroyed me.
Blake lowered into a chair on the sleek deck of the yacht. But you're still standing.
Sitting, actually. She smirked. I wanted to run as fast and as far as I could from how much it hurt. After the divorce, Dad was sad for sure, but still believed in marriage. He fought to get her back, but we weren't enough for her to return, I guess.
Most people would tell you that probably isn't true, that you were enough. Cece dipped her head. I happen to believe that.
Yeah.
What was it about her that made him go so deep? Until she'd arrived, he did everything he could to avoid thinking about the past to escape emotions. It was like she brought it all to the surface, daring him to look at it, then let it go. He went on to tell her about the terms of his father's will.
In order to receive my inheritance and share in the family business, my brothers and I have to find true love and marry, even though my father divorced him.
He hadn't spoken about it since the falling out with his brothers at Fratelli's Pizza in Hawk Ridge Hollow. Do you believe in marriage? Cece's question floated to him as the yacht sailed through the water. That was definitely one of his off-limits topics.
I don't know. A couple of my brothers are finally tying the knot, one with a girl he'd been with for years.
Just then, Cece's breath caught. She pointed to the water. A pair of dolphins leaped and dove, then again, swimming parallel to the boat. They're amazing. She watched them until they disappeared below the water. She discreetly wiped her eyes behind her sunglasses. Dolphins were Serena's favorite. She wore a necklace with a dolphin charm. Her head tilted to the sky, and then back to the water. While I'm here living it up, I feel like she's missing out. Blake shook his head.
No, Cecilia, she's here with you.
He whistled to the deckhand, and the boat slowed. He tossed Cece a daring smile, tore off his shirt, then dove into the water. What are you? Her voice faded as he dropped into the crystal blue sea.
Come on, he called. Let's swim with the dolphins.
I'm not jumping in.
It's warm, and the cove is just over there.
She shook her head.
I dare you.
In moments there was a splash, and then she surfaced. The water beaded on her short hair. It had grown in a bit since she'd been on the island. They bobbed in the sunshine for a moment, then Blake motioned for them to swim to the side of the boat, where a deckhand lowered a jet ski. What are we doing? Are we going yachting, jet skiing, or scuba diving?
How about all of the above?
They climbed onto the jet ski. Blake revved it before telling her to hold on tight. Her arms encircled him, gripping the muscles of his chest. He felt her warm, smooth skin against his. He fought the urge to let himself enjoy it. Gunning the engine, they zipped off. They circled the yacht, then buzzed past a nearby island. The wind whipped in Blake's face, but Cece was snugly behind him. It was the closest he'd been to a woman in years. He'd left his bad boy ways on the mainland, but it wasn't that alone that made his skin hum with electricity. It was her. Cece lit up something in him that he couldn't explain. When they finally slowed, he called over his shoulder.
"What do you think?"
"I think you like to go fast."
"No cars on the island, so I get my need for speed when I can."
He laughed and then directed the jet ski back toward the waiting boat. When they got back on board, he said,
"Now that we've seen the surface, ready to go below?"
He smiled encouragingly. "Do I have a choice?" But her smile told him she was having fun and would go along with it. As they got outfitted in the scuba gear, Blake reviewed safety and taught her how to deal with the change in pressure. He assured her they'd be tethered together the whole time. She asked a dozen questions before they dunked under. The visibility was perfect. They swept past seahorses hiding in the long and swaying turtle grass and swam toward the reef. A school of triggerfish darted toward them, then away. By the reef, a grumpy old grouper looked at them as if to ask, "What are you doing here?" But the color, the quiet, and the weightlessness all reminded him exactly why. It was peaceful, and that's what Cece needed in her life. A reminder of how vast and miraculous and peaceful life could be. They continued to explore the reef, and Blake even pointed out part of a shipwreck that he'd discovered there a few years previous. He'd had a team check it out, but it wasn't anything worth salvaging, just an interesting part of the landscape. When they neared their air limits, they made the ascent. When Cece popped off her mask, her grin was as wide as the sea. "That was amazing."
"So you're glad I didn't give you a choice about coming out with me today?"
She splashed him. "I'm not even going to give you the pleasure of telling you my answer."
"But I was right."
He winked. They got back on the boat, and as they settled in, Blake felt like everything in his life was right. But he knew, deep down, that letting himself get closer to Cece was wrong, dangerous. His father may have believed in relationships and marriage, but he didn't. It wasn't that he didn't trust women. He didn't trust himself. He was always the one to run, to leave, and Cece had suffered enough. He couldn't do that to her. He was better off alone. They ate a light lunch on the boat, lounged on the deck, then cruised around the islands. Blake pointed out a few spots of interest, and they spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the rainforest on Dominica. Cece commented that the one good thing about having such short hair was that she didn't have to worry about it getting frizzy in the humid forest. She seemed relatively happy, or at least content, for the first time since she'd been there. When they returned to the yacht, the sun had just started to set in the west. They watched it drop as they motored back to the island. While eating dinner in one of the resort dining rooms, Blake said, "Save room for dessert." "This whole day has been like dessert."
"Are you saying spending time with me is delicious?"
he asked. Mischief danced on his lips. "I'm saying it's my birthday, and I'm not sure I have room for more." Blake's head tipped to the side, and his eyes widened.
"It's your birthday? Why didn't you tell me?"
"It was hard enough not to just stay in bed and cry because Serena wasn't here to spend it with me."
"See, I told you that you were wallowing."
"How insensitive can you be? My sister passed away."
"What's that saying? Live life to the fullest?"
"Serena used to say that."
"My dad did too, and he did, while he could."
"What's your point?"
"That's what they'd want for us. That's what I've been trying to show you. Yes, of course, grieve. But you can't let guilt over living rob you of your life. In a way, it's selfish because I guarantee your sister or my father would be mighty upset if they knew that we'd quit on ourselves."
"What makes you the authority on this?" Cece looked at her hands, but there was an edge to her voice. He could have let them fall into silence, allow her to retreat and crawl back into her cave. He could have turned his back. Instead, he said, "I've battled with this guilt.
I've given in and let it consume me. I'm here to tell you there's another way."
She'd helped him see that. "Why should I listen to you? You're hiding away on the island, unable to face your family."
"But I have faced myself. It took me years to be able to look in the mirror. That was why I rarely shaved."
He brushed his hand along the jaw.
"Because I had to reckon with myself."
His voice was harsher than he intended. He softened it when he spoke again.
"And I have you to thank."
Her face fell. She rushed along the beach and back to her cabana. Chapter 9. Cece. The day had been too good, too perfect. Cece didn't deserve any of it, and certainly not Blake's comment about her helping him. She couldn't help herself. How could she do anything to benefit him or anyone else? In fact, she felt completely helpless. As the tears streamed down her face, Serena wasn't there to celebrate her birthday with her. She was alone. Cece rushed into the bathroom to splash cold water on her face to make the tears stop. When she lifted her eyes, they were red, streaked with sadness. But in them, she saw Serena's eyes, and there was a plea there. Blake was right. She hated that he was right. Serena was with her all day. When she saw the dolphins, and when she experienced wonderment and awe beneath the water, she was there when Cece laughed and smiled in the sun. Blake was right that Serena would have wanted Cece to celebrate her birthday, to live her life. She wiped her eyes and then strode to the kitchen. The pantry was well stocked, and she tore through it, looking for a box of brownie mix. There wasn't any. Her shoulders fell. Maybe the day hadn't been as serendipitous as she'd hoped. A light knock came from the cabana door. Perhaps an angel was delivering a box of brownie mix. Instead, Blake stood there with a box in hand. He was the last person she wanted to see. He'd gone from flirtatious bad boy to flirtatious good boy. The guy who'd broken her heart was different, and she wasn't sure what to make of him, wasn't sure if she could trust him.
"I didn't realize it was your birthday, but had wanted to share these with you."
He held out the box. It was a bit tattered, like it had been tossed around or traveled a great distance. Cece folded her arms in front of her chest, but let him in anyway. One thing she was sure of, it was near impossible to resist him. He sat down on the couch and set the box on the coffee table.
"I'm not sure I ever told you, but I have a twin. His name is Dallin. We're nearly identical looking, except he has a dimple and I have freckles. But we're complete opposites in every other way. When we were little, we started a tradition where we'd buy each other candy for the number of years we were turning. So when we were 10, we'd trade 10 candies. He sent these to me a few months ago for our birthday. After our father died, we had a falling out, all of my brothers and me. I left. Haven't seen or talked to them since."
Blake lifted his head, then met her eyes.
"I can't get that time back."
Cece understood that he meant he regretted the distance he'd placed between himself and his siblings. "You should call them. Talk. Apologize."
"I wouldn't even know where to begin."
"Start with, 'I'm sorry'?" Blake turned to her, and their knees bumped. It was one of the first times they'd actually touched, aside from on the jet ski. A zing shot through her legs, right into her belly, stopping just short of her chest. She shifted away.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm sorry you're hurting."
His brown eyes swam toward hers and held. Her breath caught. His eyes were captivating, dreamy, alluring, but that wasn't the point. She wouldn't get lost in them. She'd resist. She knew how to swim and would even if it was against the current. She plucked a milk chocolate square from the box to tell him she accepted his apology. "Delicious."
"Happy birthday."
"It has been pretty happy. Thanks for the trip today." She helped herself to another chocolate and read the top of the box. "Mom and lollipops. I remember that place when I visited Hawk Ridge Hollow. Do you miss it?"
"The candy store?"
"No, home."
He nodded. "Mostly I miss the people, my brothers. Dallin is supposed to get married soon, too.
So you'll see him soon? His silence was the best answer he could give. Her jaw dropped. What? You're not going to your twins' wedding? She went on, scolding him.
I couldn't face them.
We both know all too well that any of us could be gone in an instant. She snapped her fingers. I can't go back and tell my sister how she was also an amazing singer. Hear her tell me her silly jokes. She loved puns. Listen to her wish me happy birthday and make giant brownie sundaes. But your brothers are still here. They're all you've got. Blake hedged. Blake Hawkins, I dare you to call Dallin right now. Apologize. Make it right. If I could just say hello to Serena right now, I would. Blake sighed. You made me get out today, face some fears, and I'm glad I did. Now I'm making you call your twin. You'll be glad you did. Her face was set, her stance determined. She stared him down and didn't budge until he gave in. He reluctantly pulled out his cell phone, and with a wary glance in Cece's direction, he pressed call. When a tinny, hello, came from the other end, Blake stepped outside. The walls of the cabana were thin, but all Cece could hear was the rise and fall of his voice, not distinct words. She helped herself to a few more chocolates and checked her social media. There were the usual fans gushing about her music, but there was also the gossip about her hair, where she disappeared to, and of course the circumstances surrounding her sister's death. She wanted to stop scrolling, to curb the ache in her chest, but she couldn't. Then the door opened. Blake's expression was unreadable. He lingered on the threshold. Truth or dare? She asked. Truth. Do you feel better? He let out a heavy sigh. She got to her feet, and they sat on the patio. The light from the lanterns and the cabana cast them half in light and half in shadow. But she found his eyes, glimmering. He smiled. His gaze held hers, and he said, Yeah, I do feel better. She passed him the box of chocolates. He studied the contents before popping one in his mouth. Caramel, my favorite. Did you tell Dallin thank you for the gift? He nodded around his mouthful, then said, My turn. You got your dare and truth out of me. How about a confession? Without waiting for her to answer or protest, he said, That hit song, Once Wasn't Enough, was that about you? Yes. So was the follow-up, Never Again, Not You. He winced and drew back. It was to help me get back on my feet. You'd pierced something inside me. With what? My rugged good looks? He lifted and lowered his eyebrows. At the time, yes, along with your charm. Tell me more. He sported a Cheshire cat grin. She huffed. She wouldn't tell him it was a case of love at first sight. There was no need to inflate his already bloated ego. You weren't going gaga over me, falling over my feet to heed my beck and call. You were kind of aloof. That made you attracted to me? It was refreshing, but then you disappeared. Talk about being standoffish. She let the words dig a little. He nodded as though he understood he deserved the comment, but also owed her more of an explanation. When I couldn't save my father, I decided to make it my mission to learn how to protect lives. I went from being a failed member of the mountain rescue team to being a bodyguard. I've been here trying to forget all of my failures, including the hearts I broke. More than one? Maybe that's why that song was so popular. She almost laughed. I can't take all the credit, but I didn't exactly live a chaste life. Figures. And you have? I've seen plenty of celebrities who claim to be sweet and conservative, but are actually... Why? Because they can't resist you? He chuckled low. No. Well, yes. It was easier to shut the chatter off in my mind, ignore my heart, and give in to the moment. What were you trying to ignore back then? Your father was still alive. After my parents' breakup, I didn't trust relationships. Women wanted a commitment, but I couldn't give that to them. So I offered what I could. He waved his hands in front of his chest. the chest she'd seen countless times while swimming, but snug under his shirt right then. There are other ways to be close. She was waiting for the one who'd make her foot pop, the one she'd marry, and it required more than just physical attraction. The air seemed to heat up a few degrees as she met his eyes. "How about a dare?" she asked. He lifted an eyebrow with curiosity. "When you were a kid, did you ever do trust falls?"
"Yeah, you turn your back and trust the person to catch you?"
"It's like that, sort of. Intimacy isn't just about the body." She stepped closer to him, so they were nearly toe to toe. "I dare you not to touch me. Just hold your hands here over mine. Hold my gaze." She demonstrated by holding her hands flat, palms out, and parallel to his chest, like they were going to high-five each other. Energy crackled between their palms. It was like heat lightning dropping from the clouds. "Do you feel that?" she asked. He nodded, and his eyes swam over hers, answering her dare. He moved his hands, hovering over her shoulders. Her breath caught at the intensity between them, even with his fingers just inches away from her skin. Without contact, he slid his hands down her back. She lifted her palms, positioning them perpendicular to his chest, just inches away from the muscles hidden beneath his shirt. "Blake, tell me what's locked away in your heart. What are you so afraid of?" she whispered. Their eyes continued to hold, the tension mounting.
"Getting too close."
His hands trembled with want. She lifted her hands, cupping them just inches from his jaw.
"This is too intense. I can't do it."
His hands dropped to the wall behind her head, caging her in, but they still didn't touch. He practically panted as though out of breath. "But you are doing it." She lifted her chin, and her eyes held his once more. Blake drew a deep breath.
"What are you afraid of, Cecilia?"
His voice was gruff. "You? Us? Of someone replacing my sister?"
"It's lucky we had the people we loved while we did."
His forehead hovered just an inch from hers. "But how do we go on without them?" she asked.
"We go on together."
"But what if I forget her?"
"If she's looking down on you, what would she want to see? What would Serena say?"
he asked, echoing the game she'd mentioned they'd play when they were younger. She leaned against the wall. There was no escaping Blake, or the question. "She'd want to see me laugh."
"What makes you laugh?"
"People falling down. I know it's cruel, but it's true." Her lips quirked. His breath whispered over her skin.
"What about falling in love?"
She broke the trance and ducked under his arm. Maybe she was the one who couldn't do it. She slid onto the couch and grabbed another chocolate and stuffed it in her mouth. She wanted his lips there, but the candy would have to suffice because kissing him would be reckless. He sighed.
"What else makes you laugh?"
"Is this a game of truth or dare?"
"Just truth," he answered.
"I'd never lie." His eyebrow lifted.
"Just omit? In that case, what's one secret that you've never told anyone?"
She leaned back on the couch, feeling uncomfortable. "A secret I've never told anyone? Every time I step on stage, I feel like I'm going to be sick. Then, when the lights come on, I pick up the guitar or sing into the mic and the crowd cheers. It disappears. Poof."
"Are you afraid of the dark?"
She shook her head. "No, I guess I'm just afraid of the unknown. What if there wasn't anyone in the audience, or if they hated me, my music? I guess the darkness represents that, but no, I'm not afraid of the dark."
"I was when I was growing up."
"Afraid of the dark?"
"I went through exposure training to get over it."
"Did it work?"
"Except when I don't know what you're thinking. I often feel in the dark when it comes to what's going on in there."
He pointed to her head. She grimaced. He didn't want to know what she was thinking. Not the sadness, not the longing.
"Too much? Too personal? How about this? Have you ever shared chewing gum with someone?"
"Ew. No, that actually seems too personal. My turn. What's a bad habit that you have?"
"Leaving the toilet seat up. You?"
She wrinkled her nose. Not changing the toilet paper when the roll is empty. Most embarrassing moment?
Walking out of the men's room at a club with toilet paper on my shoe. You?
There are too many. My life has been captured on film and social media. Shall I show you the blooper reel?
Yes. Is there a video of you falling?
The corner of his lip curled. Just search my name on the internet, and I'm sure you'll be entertained. He reached for her phone. You wouldn't laugh at me falling, would you? She pressed her hand against her chest, mock offended.
You're the one who said you think people falling is funny.
But you're not supposed to. You're a bodyguard. I thought you were supposed to keep people like me from falling. Nonetheless, she went on to tell him of several instances on the red carpet, and when stepping onto and off of the stage when she'd taken a spill. He tried to stifle laughter. Okay, my turn. What are you most afraid of, aside from the dark?
Falling.
He hesitated, as though not sure whether to say the next part, then extended her hand to bring her to standing.
In love?
He bit his lip and draped his arms around her waist. She knew if she let him say more, she might end up where she'd started with him, heartbroken and lost. What's your favorite pizza topping, vacation spot, holiday? She asked, rapid fire, but she didn't pull away.
That was a lot of truths. How about a dare?
His eyes sparked, and hers returned the crackling energy, despite her attempts to keep it contained. She'd never experienced anything like the surge between them, except for when they'd met the first time, the foot-popping time when they'd kissed at the ski resort. His eyes darkened and dipped to her lips. His twitched. Her chest swelled, and the heated tension between them burned hotter than the scorching Caribbean sun. His hand skimmed the curve of her head, down her neck, across her shoulder, then landed on her hip. He broke the no-touch rule. She inhaled sharply at the weight of his palm.
But what if I want to be close to you? To touch you? What if I want to kiss you? He asked.
What if I'm scared?
What if you're brave?
He lowered his head. She leaned in and closed the space between them. She curled into him, gripping his back, pulling him even closer. He held her in a tight hug, and all the stiffness and the stress from deep inside dissolved. She lifted her chin, leaning back slightly, and expected his lips to land on hers. Instead, his mouth just barely brushed her collarbone, her shoulder, and then the space behind her ear. Tingles coursed through her. Blake's lips drifted to her cheek, then her forehead. Then he pecked her nose before planting his lips on hers. At last, the lightning crackling between them found a place to strike, directly to the chest as their hearts thundered against one another. It lit her up from within, and the electricity came off him in waves. The pressure in his kiss was intense as their mouths moved together, daring each other to withstand the heat and the passion between them. Her foot popped, lifting off the floor. His fingers threaded through hers, pulling her closer, then they slid to her back. He cradled her head. It was as though he wanted to explore all of her, but wasn't sure where to start. She'd memorized the contours of his frame, but he was larger and more muscular than the first time they'd been together. His lips had left an impression on hers that she'd never forgotten. But that time there was something behind them that she hadn't felt before. It was something more permanent, more lasting, and it scared her more than the first moment she'd stepped on stage, because she had to ask herself if she could trust him. She had no answer, so she deepened the kiss, wanting to enjoy it while it lasted. Chapter 10. Blake. Blake recalled the first time he'd kissed Cece and the overwhelming emotions that came with it. He'd never felt that way about a girl, and it terrified him. It was like a storm was coming, and instead of waiting it out, he'd run. But not again. His lips on hers wasn't just a kiss. It was a promise to be true. To give himself to her because he knew nothing in the world would ever feel so good so right. For so long, he feared he didn't deserve that kind of joy. As her soft, tender lips danced against his, he was ready for her, for their future, he hoped. The sweet movement of her mouth turned demanding, hungry, almost like she read his thoughts and answered with a dare. She dared him to wrap his arms around her, to tighten his grip, to deepen the kiss, to see where it led, to trust it would be someplace good. Not to run, not to escape, not to be afraid, not to let go. His hands brushed from her waist to her upper arms, then curled around her jaw, holding her in place as the kiss continued. She gripped his hands then, lacing her fingers around his. They were in it, holding on to each other through the storm. Blake could feel the hum of energy, of electricity like the kind before a hurricane, tornado, or some other force of nature. It sent tingles through his body as he continued to kiss Cece. But they were the storm. Two people, wild with emotion, with histories, with fears colliding together. His heart thudded in his chest, pounding like thunder. Their arms brushed, zing. Their knees knocked, zap. Blake had 4 brothers and had endured numerous battles over footballs and girls. He'd sustained ski injuries, broken 3 bones, and once got a concussion. There'd even been a freak accident involving a hammer, the swimming pool, and his wrist, but he'd never been struck by lightning. The crackling energy that had grown between them during the last month of Cece's stay finally exploded in one long, electrifying kiss, and he wanted more. He wanted so much more, but wasn't sure he could trust himself. Still, he kissed her, never wanting it to end. As the next week passed, Blake and Cece settled into a routine of watching the sunrise and praying together. Then she'd walk the grounds, collecting seashells before retreating to the mini music studio while he tended to his responsibilities at the resort. They'd meet up in the afternoon for a nap in the hammock, a swim in the pool, a game of ping pong, or any number of other activities, ranging from the simple to the luxurious. Then, in the evening, they'd dine and watch the sunset together. However, there was nothing routine about their kisses. Each one was different from the last, but equally powerful and filled with desire. Blake sat in a beach chair, in much the same place as he was when Cece arrived and she'd nearly drowned. If he was alone with his thoughts for too long, he'd dip into questions like, what if he hadn't been there, hadn't seen her? What if he'd been too late? The soft humming of her angelic voice came from down the path before she joined him to watch the last light of the day before it sunk into the sea. "I haven't heard that one before," he said as she settled next to him, snuggling close. The two were like magnets, drawn together, and if for some reason they were in a room but unable to be by the other's side, the force between them sizzled. It was almost tangible, like a live wire, drawing them closer and closer until they connected. "It's a new song. Care to share it?" "It's about you." She gripped his side and squeezed. "Then all the more reason. Let's hear it." "Remember the last time I wrote a song about you, an entire legion of women banded together, raging against the jerk who broke my heart?" "Do they still hate me?" "Definitely." "Maybe you could change their minds. Prove to them that I'm lovable." It was almost as if someone else was speaking. Was he lovable? He'd never experienced that before. Lust? Sure, but not the other L word. "Come on, I dare you." "Remember what happened last time you dared me to do something?" She lifted an eyebrow. "Was it something like this?" He craned his neck and kissed her cheek, then her temple, then her chin. In moments, the sunset was nearly forgotten. They were in each other's arms, smooching. "Wait," Cece suddenly said, pulling back. His eyes met hers, and then followed her gaze to the horizon. They caught the thin crescent of the sun as it seemingly melted into the sea. Didn't want to miss it.
A storm is coming, he said,
feeling the thick humidity and shift in the air pressure. But the sky is clear. They were both silent a beat as the stars slowly appeared.
All the same, it's quiet here, when your phone isn't on.
He elbowed her. She bumped her shoulder against his. Hey, I've been better about leaving it in the cabana.
But I know you rush back to it and check your notifications and leave status updates.
How do you know? He didn't want to tell her his security team was monitoring the internet closely. Not the content of the messages she left, because that was an invasion of privacy. But after the incident with the drone and the threats, he wanted to be sure no one breached her location. In doing so, he was alerted when she was on her phone, which was often.
How do I know there's a storm coming?
He asked, sidestepping her actual question.
When you've been here long enough, you start to notice things, like the feel of the air.
He turned and brushed his nose against her cheek in a playful and affectionate gesture. His gaze settled on her.
Like how your eyes crinkle when you laugh, how you have a freckle behind your ear, how you smile against my mouth when I do this.
He went in for a kiss, relishing the way her lips felt against his. How she felt small, yet safe in his arms. How he could feel the beat of her heart pounding against his. Her breath caught. She smiled against his mouth. They kissed as the stars blinked on. They laid in the sand, hand in hand, watching the night sky before the clouds filled in. The next morning, Blake woke to the sound of whipping wind. The staff at the resort took the necessary precautions to ensure the safety of the guests and grounds. The lounge cushions were stowed, the Bermuda shutters closed, and they battened down everything that could blow away or blow through a window. Blake's pulse quickened as he quickly dressed and then hurried to Cece's cabana. He knew she was safe, but had the inexplicable urge to want to be sure, to always want to protect her. He knocked on the door. "Come in." Her reply was muffled. Glancing around the cabana, he didn't see her. He paced toward the kitchen, then doubled back. She was little more than a lump under the covers on the bed.
"Are you hiding from the storm?"
he asked, peeling back the blanket. Her hair was growing in and ruffled from the fabric. She snapped the blanket back and burrowed deeper. He rocked back on his heels and let out a low chuckle. "It's not funny."
"You're cute."
She peeked out from under the covers. "Okay, I won't disagree with that."
"What are you doing under there?"
"What are you doing in here?"
"Making sure you're okay."
"Remember when we were playing Truth or Dare, and you told me you're afraid of the dark?"
"I'm no longer afraid of the dark."
It was true. He'd forced himself to overcome it. No, he was afraid of falling. Not like tripping over a sandal, which he narrowly avoided as he sat down in a chair opposite the bed. He was afraid of falling in love, much like she'd mentioned she worried about the unknown. Whether anyone would be in the audience or whether they'd like her music. He feared falling in love because it was unknown territory. He knew it would change him, and he wasn't sure of the person he'd become. She went on. "Well, I'm afraid of storms. The kind with loud wind, thunder, and lightning. I grew up in Florida, and we had terrible hurricanes."
"This one won't be that bad."
"How do you know? You could be wrong."
"I could be right."
He got to his feet and pulled off the covers before wrapping them around his shoulders like a cape.
"I'll protect you."
Then he scooped her up and brought her to the couch.
"We'll hunker down together, watch old movies, make brownies, and wait it out."
Mostly, they cuddled and kissed on the couch as the wind howled and thunder shook the cabana. When lightning illuminated the dim room, followed by a cracking so loud Blake's ears were ringing, she clung to him and then swiftly pushed away.
"You okay?"
he asked, confused at her abrupt change in demeanor.
"It's passing. It'll be over soon."
The double meaning of that comment wasn't lost to him. His chest squeezed. She took his hand. It was like they both knew their time together wouldn't last, but their real fear was admitting it. The wind eventually slowed, and the rain continued to patter outside. They watched a movie and ate half a pan of brownies. Blake was trim, fit, and never one to overindulge, but Cece's brownies, even though they were out of a box, were delicious. Probably because she made them. As they snuggled together, she suddenly put her phone down and sat up. He wanted to smash the thing and draw her back into his arms. The websites, posts, and constant rumor feed had the ability to make her light up with excitement and gratification, or crush her in an instant. It was like her emotional state was tied into whether the fans and media were raving about her or reviling her. You know how people are speculating that my sister was abusing drugs and overdosed? A beep indicating an incoming message sounded, and she checked it, interrupting herself. She may have had an unhealthy relationship with her phone, but other than that, Cece was virtuous. She was a great role model for younger fans, aspiring musicians, and everyone who listened to her music. She had an inspiring message, minus that one song about him. Over the years, he did pay attention to her celebritydom and music. How could he not? She was talented and amazing. He couldn't ignore her, but unfortunately, neither could her haters. He didn't believe any of the rumors. She set the phone down. Anyway, as I was saying, my manager and record label love the new song I wrote about Serena, but they're not necessarily going to love what I want to do with it.
Which is? He asked with anticipation.
Serena never wanted to be photographed or be in the public eye. She was private like that. And I was always the ham, dancing and singing around the house, at school, everywhere. I don't know if it would go against her wishes, but I have loads of personal recordings of us over the years. I want to create a video of her life, leading up to when she got the diagnosis, and then to the end. I want to put it to the song. The corners of her eyes tightened, and her chin trembled.
I don't think she'd mind that.
It'll be sad, but it'll also show everyone there's no shame in a diagnosis, nothing to hide. She laughed up until the end. The tears flowed freely toward Cece's chin. Blake wiped them away with his thumbs and held her close, as he'd wanted to do for so long, but had fought against it, keeping his distance. I want to show everyone her real life story, the highs and the lows. To inspire and connect, all the proceeds from the song I'll donate to girls who are dealing with the same thing. I'll visit them in the hospital or hospice. I'll sing to them and hold their hands and be there. Cece sniffed. It might not be glamorous. It's definitely not glitzy or whatever. But it might bring joy. It might make them feel less alone. She took a deep breath. It might make me feel less alone.
You have the biggest heart, Cecilia.
Blake squeezed her hand and met her tear-filled eyes.
But you're not alone. You have me.
She smiled a sad smile. It was always up to me to prove everyone wrong about Serena and me.
Wrong about what?
Who we were, based on our parents' reputation. They were known for fighting and drinking. Because of where we came from, that we were somehow less than. She shook her head. They all thought I'd never amount to anything, that we were somehow tainted. I faced rejection after rejection, but Serena urged me never to give up. She was the wind beneath my wings. She was the fuel. She kept me going. And she still does now. I worried I'd forget her, but I know I never will. It's not possible.
That's the funny thing about people we love. They stick with us, always.
Blake rubbed the top of her hand with his thumb. Even though he referred to the people they'd both lost, in many ways she'd stayed with him through the years. It was as though when they'd first kissed, they'd imprinted each other with indelible ink, never to be erased. It merely took time for them to each find their way back together. I realize that now, but even when I made it in the music business, I still had to prove that I wasn't just a pretty face.
though you do have a pretty face."
He smiled at her and kissed the inside of her wrist. That I wasn't a talentless hack?
"Nope, that voice of yours is every bit real. In fact, every time I hear it, I have to pinch myself. Otherwise, I'd think angels had descended upon the island and were bringing me to heaven."
He worked his way up to the fold of her elbow, leaving a little trail of kisses. Her lips quirked. I realize now I have nothing to prove other than my love. His eyes swept hers and landed on her lips, a mouth that he loved, belonging to a voice that he loved, part of a woman that he loved.
"Cecilia, you have so much of that to give."
As they kissed, he forgot about the storm outside and the one that had been raging in his life. His heart pounded in his chest, the blood heated in his veins. He was on the verge of telling her how he felt, telling her everything, when the door flew open. Chapter 11. Cece. Jackson stood in the doorway, dripping wet and looking lethal.
"I knew it! I knew there was someone else!"
he bellowed. Cece flinched as her stomach swam with anxiety. It was almost like she'd picked up with Blake where they'd left off after an exceptionally long hiatus. It felt so natural. She and Jackson were broken up, so what did it matter if there was someone else? What was he doing there? How'd he find her? Blake merely stiffened and slowly got to his feet, but didn't seem overly concerned until Jackson stepped fully into the cabana.
"You're not allowed on this property."
Jackson wiped the rain from his face and spat.
"I just came here to talk to my girlfriend."
"Your ex-girlfriend," Cece corrected. "I made it clear it's over between us. In fact, you broke it off."
"Then why have you been texting me?"
"You've been texting me." But the truth was that she avoided being alone, and her phone, even with Jackson on the other end, provided company. He sneered.
"You moved on quickly enough."
"You're one to talk. I saw photos of you and other women on all the gossip sites. Let's see, 3 weeks ago you were out with that model, Kara, and I think a couple of days after that you and the girl you dated before me were spotted at Nori Nori eating sushi."
"We were just catching up."
"Were you also just catching up with the unidentified woman you were kissing while you were DJing at Madly, the new club in Manhattan?" Jackson scowled.
"It's part of my job to be seen with other celebrities. And it's part of my job to protect Cecilia from guys like you."
Blake straightened to his full height. Jackson chuckled.
"Cecilia, you protect her from guys like me? People who want to take advantage of her. Then you should check your security, because she's been getting threats."
Jackson tilted his head defiantly. "That's nothing new," Cece said. "It gets handled."
"I'm not sure, considering I found you on this island, got to land and all."
He glanced around, deftly avoiding Blake's steely gaze. Cece gave Blake a sidelong glance as nervousness bubbled in her belly.
"She has her security team handling things, and we're looking after her as well," Blake assured. "I wouldn't be so sure, baby," Jackson said, turning his attention to Cece. "I'm not some internet crazy stalking you, and I seem to get on this island and into your hut just fine."
"It's a cabana, and it'll be taken care of." It did alarm her how easily her ex had managed to track her down and get into the resort. She was under the impression that there was high surveillance, considering Blake had shot down the drone early on in her stay. Jackson paced around.
"Yeah, I have no doubt the guy who threatened to kidnap you if you don't agree to perform at the festival in Chicago at the end of the month and meet him afterward for a romantic rendezvous could easily get a hold of you here."
She hadn't heard of that particular issue. "He's probably just some fanatic. Anyway, there's nothing I can do to get you back on that tour. Never mind that it's almost over."
"Baby, did you even try?"
he asked, stepping toward her.
"I'm just looking out for you and your career. It seems like the simple thing to do would just go ahead with it. To get him off your back.
It's not up to me, Cece answered.
Even if it was, she doesn't negotiate with maniacs.
Blake, hulking next to Reedy Jackson, angled himself between them. Jackson ignored him.
Can we at least talk in private? I want to say I'm sorry and make it up to you.
I don't need or want your apology, or for you to make anything up to me. We're through, Jackson.
Don't be that way, baby. I told you I made a mistake. I wasn't thinking.
You broke up with me because I shaved my head.
And look, it's growing back. You look good, baby.
Stop calling me baby. I'm not a baby. I'm not your baby. You should leave. Jackson leaned in.
Listen, it's not just about the threats, the concert, or getting back together. There are rumors. Is this guy actually taking care of you? Because a lot of people are speculating you and your sister were secretly using drugs. Is he your supplier?
This is insane. No, you know that my sister was sick. I cannot believe you'd suggest otherwise.
It's common for people to want to numb the pain after a tragedy.
Jackson stepped closer. Cece's shoulders started to shake. How dare you come here and suggest... Blake stepped into Jackson's path and shoved him backward.
You have nice teeth, Jackson. A straight nose. You're a real pretty boy DJ. I don't believe in negotiating with words, but I'd be happy to knock a few of those teeth out of your mouth. And sorry, no numbing will be offered.
Jackson shrank back and craned his head so he could see Cece.
So you're hooking up with this big thug? What about what we had? We made music together, baby.
How did you find me? Cece asked. Ignoring Jackson's other comments, she regretted ever texting with him after the breakup.
Ask your boyfriend here. It wasn't hard. Took a boat to the island, walked on land, asked the woman at the front desk where you were staying. Easy as pie.
Blake groaned.
Seriously, man, your security sucks. I'm actually worried about you, baby. You're not safe here. She's always safe with me, Blake said. I'll protect her from the paparazzo, crazy fans, and guys like you.
Cece felt small, vulnerable, and wasn't sure what was true.
Guys like me, I only want what's best for her. You should think about that if you're actually her so-called bodyguard. And the best you can do is shoot a drone out of the sky.
What do you mean? How do you know about that? Blake tilted his head ever so slightly in Cece's direction.
The photos of you were all over the internet, Jackson said simply.
But there was no mention that Blake shot the drone.
Just a lucky guess.
Something felt off, and it wasn't just that Jackson had shown up, practically scaring her out of her wits, and was trying to win her back. It was obvious all he wanted was his place on what remained of the festival circuit, but she sensed something more going on. How did you find me, Jackson? She repeated, giving him one more chance to tell the truth.
I already told you, but it's not that hard. You'd mentioned you were on an island, and there are only so many in the Caribbean.
There are roughly 7,000 islands, Blake said. Jackson shrugged. She rounded on Blake then, demanding an answer. One of them knew more than they were saying. How did he find me? Blake exhaled.
I let him.
His voice was practically a growl. The room was quiet for a moment.
Yeah, right, dude. I used the coordinates from the images we transferred from the drone.
Cece gasped. You were operating it to get images of me to sell to the paparazzi?
No, I wanted to make sure you were okay.
Ironic, since you hardly checked on me while my sister was dying.
Listen, baby, I don't want to fight. I just want to make things right. You can use that line in a song if you want.
He lifted and lowered his eyebrows. Jackson was insufferable. Still trying to use me for your career, huh?
I wasn't using you. What we had was something special, don't you think?
You just don't know when to quit, do you? She turned to Blake. Please see him off the premises, and I recommend you improve your security, Blake.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that guy who threatened to kidnap you if you don't perform in Chicago.
Blake tilted his head.
What was his email address again? The hair something at something.com? The hair forever at easyemail.com.
Blake's lips twisted and his eyes gleamed.
How'd you come across that, Jackson? I was under the impression her security was keeping that detail under wraps to prevent copycats. I'm part of her life. Of course I know things like that. The email was sent after she came here.
Cece flew into a rage. How did you know? Was someone on her team leaking information? She had to find out who she could trust. Jackson's face turned deep red as both Cece and Blake stared at him.
It isn't difficult to find out information like that, just like it wasn't difficult to get on this so-called island sanctuary.
His tone was mocking. Wait a minute. She looked up at Blake. Something doesn't add up. You weren't the least bit surprised when Jackson walked in. Were they a secret team? Blake trying to woo her and Jackson trying to win her back? But why? Blake's cockiest grin appeared on his face. You said you let him on the property and allowed this to happen. I don't understand. He nodded and shrugged, like it was no big deal.
I don't ordinarily allow idiots like DJ Dirtbag onto my island, but I wanted you to know the truth, since you'd still been texting with him all the time. We didn't assess him to be a threat to your safety, rather your sanity, especially the whole Chicago concert thing.
He's behind that? Why?
Her mouth dropped. So he'd get back on the tour? So he'd be the opening act?
Jackson stumbled back.
It's not what you think. I only wanted to be with you.
She'd have time to thank Blake later. She strode toward Jackson. You disgust me. Leave now. I never want to see you again. A man wearing a black t-shirt and black cargo pants appeared in the doorway.
We good, sir?
Blake smirked.
You may take him into custody. Wait, you can't arrest me if you allowed me onto your property. No, but you did threaten an international pop star, illegally flew a drone, and seriously irked me, Blake started. I wasn't the one actually flying the drone. I paid someone to do it. Also, there's no way you can trace the email back to me.
Blake held up his phone.
Recorded the whole conversation, dude.
Looks like you messed with the wrong bodyguard, Cece said. Several other men in black stood outside the door. Although she agreed that Jackson hardly posed a threat, she was glad to see Blake and his team were on task, even if they'd hid it from her. As though reading her thoughts, he said, We try to be discreet and don't want anything making your stay unpleasant. But since I knew you were still in touch with Jackson, I wanted you to know the truth. Couldn't you have just told me?
Would you have believed me?
She shrugged. Probably not. As the rain slowed, the shock and adrenaline from Jackson's sudden appearance dwindled, and Cece felt sleepy. Tired. She grabbed her phone and mindlessly scrolled, wondering if, or rather when, the incident would make the gossip site rounds. Blake took her hand and said,
Hey, truth or dare?
I've definitely had enough truths for one day.
Then a dare?
He reached for her hand and gripped tightly. His palm was rough and his fingers strong and felt perfect pressed against hers. He led her to the beach where the sun played peekaboo as it set behind big puffy clouds.
I dare you to be here with me, not on your phone, not thinking about whatever storms there are in your life. Just be here. Sand beneath us, water in front of us, the sky above us.
He wiggled closer.
My arm around you.
Her heart started beating faster, and her breathing felt loud in her ears. For so long, she was so afraid to sit still, to just be. She feared what thoughts and fears would catch up with her, and she'd have to face. But over the summer, she'd lived through it. She was still breathing. In fact, she'd learned to swim, to keep her head above water. But just as the waves crashed down on her that first day, one came. Nothing could change that her sister was gone. Another wave rolled over her, pinning her under. Nothing changed that she was the one who lived. She knew when she left the oasis of the island, more waves would come, each with a reminder of how her sister was no longer there. Hiring a new hairstylist, singing songs at concerts that her sister had helped her with. Not having Serena there for big and little moments, what would she do then? As beautiful and simple of a picture Blake had painted, it just wasn't that easy for her. She'd tried. For the briefest moment, she'd captured the kind of peace he described, but then her mind tagged her and ran away like a teasing child. Taking away the relief she'd felt when she'd finally cried, then wrote the song about Serena, the serenity she'd experienced when she'd gone scuba diving, the joy that Blake had brought into her life, the song that she'd written about them that filled her heart. She just couldn't forgive herself for being the one who'd lived. She felt like she was slowly slipping under, and she couldn't face it because it would break them apart. The sun vanished, and the twilight purples and grays hid her distress, her secret, her silence. Blake broke it.
I think it's your turn to ask me. Truth or dare?
She lifted her eyebrows in question.
I picked dare, he answered.
I dare you to make me dinner, like you did that first night.
Easy.
She nodded. She knew what was coming. He'd ask her a truth over the meal, or afterward, or in the days that followed. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to tell him the truth, but maybe she could sing it. Chapter 12. Blake. Back in Cece's cabana, Blake leaned back in his chair and stretched his legs after they'd both cleaned their plates. The water surrounding the island really did provide the best seafood. He was pleased he'd taken care of the little nuisance with Jackson, and Cece knew the extent of her ex-boyfriend's deception. He explained everything as it had occurred. From his team learning Jackson was involved with the drone, to assigning them to investigate the email from the Hair Forever email, to quickly spotting Jackson scoping out the island to make his play. In a way, because you didn't tell me right away, you deceived me too, she said. But her lips were flirtatious, playful.
I was just doing my job.
They both knew it was more than that.
Up for another round of truth or dare?
He was hoping it involved dessert, or was of the kissing variety. Tell me the truth about something. Are you just doing your job when you kiss me?
No, of course not.
He was more than happy to demonstrate how unprofessional he could be. Where are the lines? She sat straighter, the joking between them slipping away.
They've blurred, Cecilia.
He'd never let himself become romantically involved with a guest at the resort. Nor had he ever developed feelings beyond the physical when he hooked up with the girl. But he had done both with Cece. His feelings for her ran so deep he didn't know if there was an end, a limit. She seemed to contemplate his answer.
My turn. Tell me the truth about us, he said.
Had she asked him the same question, he wouldn't know how to answer, but maybe she could help him understand what was unfamiliar, inexplicable. She got to her feet, crooked her finger for him to follow, and moved to the couch. An acoustic guitar leaned against the side table. She placed it in her lap, arranged her hands on the strings, and played the opening chord of a song he'd heard faintly emitting from the studio recently. The lyrics that filled the cabana, threading like a silky ribbon around him, tying themselves into knots, were about timing, and how two people who were right for each other could enter each other's lives at the wrong time. But then they somehow found each other again because it was meant to be. You found me, I lost you. We were two, too early or late, but now is new. Now is forever, you and me together. Now is forever, forever and ever. It was the song she mentioned that she'd written about them. There were moments while she sang when emotion was playing on her face, pinching the space around her eyes as she drew inward. At others, her chest lifted with the effort to hit the notes. It was as though her heart was leaping across the space between them and into his hands. He lost himself in her voice, He'd lost himself in her. He never wanted to be found. When she went quiet and the last chord faded, her eyes were closed and a long, shuddering breath escaped.
"What's it called?"
The words from his mouth were rough, low, gritty, and filled with desire. "Not then, forever now. It's a follow-up, a happy ending," she winked. He ignored the word ending. His eyes, bright with an invitation into his arms, flicked to hers, but she didn't return his gaze. Seconds turned into minutes. Blake's emotions, wildly high and happy, fled, leaving him alone with his thoughts. The song was about them, but given how he'd once broken her heart, he wasn't sure he deserved a second chance. Maybe that was what she was trying to tell him without realizing it. She was glamour and glitz and hope. He wasn't built for that kind of life. Living on the island, away from Hawkridge Hollow and the attention his family garnered, had taught him about himself. She was always on the road and lived in the spotlight. He preferred stillness and the peace of the sea. When she opened her eyes, he passed her a small box wrapped in a ribbon. "What's this?" she asked, taking it in her hands. He shrugged.
"Just a little something I thought you might like."
He hoped she'd like it. She tugged at the ribbon and lifted the lid. Her fingers landed on the dolphin charm on the end of a silver necklace. Her eyes filled and she held it up.
"It's so you always have a reminder of Serena, me, and your strength learning to swim."
"I love it," she said, throwing her arms around him. He welcomed her melting against his chest. He wanted to press pause. Capture that. Maybe she should have named her song, Not Then, Only Right Now, because truly that was all they had. They'd both learned that lesson, and even though she was still in the room, he felt like he was losing her. She sat down next to him, arms brushing, the edges of their thighs pressed together, but somehow the silence after the song felt like a goodbye. In the following days, Cece and Blake watched the sunrise and sunsets together. In the time in between, they lounged by the pool, swam, snorkeled, and took full advantage of all the amenities the resort had to offer. It was almost like they were on vacation, but he couldn't help but feel it was temporary, and like all vacations would soon end too soon. It was inevitable. Blake didn't want her to leave, but it wasn't fair to either of them for her to stay. On the days when he had to work, he arranged things for her to do: yoga, kayaking, and swimming with dolphins. One day, he had to go to another island for an annual visit with the bank, so he set up a spa day for her, complete with a full-body massage, seaweed wrap, exfoliation, a facial, the works. Even though it was dusk when he returned, she was glowing when she emerged from the treatments and met him where he waited for her to join him for dinner. His misgivings and insecurities came and went like the tides. She was still there. Things would be okay.
"How'd you enjoy your spa days, Cecilia?"
he asked as they walked to the restaurant in the main building. "Why do you call me by my full name?" Because he loved the way it felt in his mouth, the way it sounded in his ears. She was a song, music, all of her.
"Because I like to know that I'm speaking to the real you and not the stage persona."
They paused on the lantern-lit path. He met her stormy eyes. The corner of his lip lifted in a smirk as he leaned in, ready to kiss the real her. She leaned back. "I never properly thanked you for saving my life that first night and for teaching me how to swim."
"Ordinarily, I'd say that I was just doing my job, but in some ways, I think we both saved each other. In another way, we both taught ourselves some things."
She nodded and swallowed hard. She was right there with him, but she suddenly felt far away. "Blake, I forget exactly where we left off on our game of truth or dare, but it's time for a truth. Things are getting intense between us."
"Is that a bad thing?"
"I want to take it slow, Blake."
"I'm not known for my patience."
really slow. Her voice was shaky. Perhaps she was hungry.
How slow?
His lips kissed a trail along her neck and toward her ear. I'm not sure. The quavering gave way to something solid. A period. Full stop, signaling the conclusion of a segment in time. He was nearly to her lips and abruptly stopped. He wasn't expecting her to end things right then. He imagined a slow, lingering goodbye, one he didn't have to think about because it was a long way off. She pressed her lips together.
By slow, do you mean stop?
He stepped back. Her nod was subtle, or perhaps the light breeze ruffled her short hair. Blake, all this quiet here has given me a chance to think. A lot. Especially today. I went from a girl with a dream to profess my faith through music and share my heart, to being world famous, to being overwhelmed, exhausted, picked apart, hated, and now unsure about the future of my career. I know there are tons of girls who'd love to be in my shoes, to have a chance at following their passion. I don't want to sound ungrateful. I'm thankful for every opportunity. But it comes at a price. Privacy, composure, pressure, sometimes my safety. You don't want that. He didn't, but he did want her. He knew he couldn't have both and would never expect her to choose. Also, we both have so much baggage. Our pasts. You need to make amends with your family. I have to find a family. She wrung her hands. It was true, but he wanted to be her family. I'm a person who gives up too easily. I thought I was strong. For a minute, I thought I could withstand this pain, keep my head above water. You're strong. You don't want someone like me. She was wrong. Although I've enjoyed our time together, we can't be together. You've done so much for me, but I have to leave this paradise. The truth in all the games we've played is that this has all been a fantasy. The truth was that he cared about her more than he'd realized, because with each word spoken, his heart felt like it was detonating. The shrapnel splintering him, the explosion deafening. He couldn't think, couldn't speak. Maybe we were just meant to reconcile, to heal all our old wounds and move on, she said. Move on to what? I have the 3 songs I owe my record label. I have to figure out what's next for me. You have to go see your family. The summer is nearly over. She was telling him they were over, their time together through. As the pain drove itself deeper, he realized that was the goodbye he deserved for deserting her all those years ago. It was what he had coming to him for flirting with women, leading them on and then disappearing from their lives. He'd never trusted himself to be in a relationship, but he realized then that it wasn't because he was the one who'd walked away, as his mother had, but because if he got too close, it would destroy him, like it had his father. Cece had commented that it was ironic he'd fled to the island. No, it was appropriate. The storm raged in her eyes as she held his gaze, waiting for his response, for a reaction, anything. He never wanted to be the one to cause her to question herself, or doubt, or hurt. He wanted to be everything for her, but it turned out, despite his brawn, his generosity, and his support, he wasn't enough. He stepped backward, not at all sure of his footing, not sure he could even walk. But he did. He walked away before she could. Blake walked away and didn't look back. He walked across the island to the other side where he could be alone. Alone again on the island where he had a purpose. Was invisibly involved in people's lives, in protecting them. He knew the cost of getting too close, and it burned inside of him. It crushed him, destroyed him. He walked and walked, but couldn't escape his thoughts. They followed him, taunted him, reminded him why he'd always be alone. All that time he claimed not to trust himself. It wasn't because he was the heartbreaker. Rather, he feared falling in love. He feared his own heart being broken. He was strong, but not strong enough to withstand losing her. He dropped into the sand and sat. The waves ebbed and flowed. The wind rustled the palm leaves. The rare seagull cawed into the dark night. She'd listed all the reasons she claimed they couldn't be together. That their lives were too different. She was world famous and a public figure. He preferred anonymity. That they both had tragedy in their pasts, old wounds and hurts yet to heal fully, making them vulnerable. That their families were broken, causing them each their own versions of dysfunction. That she gave up too easily. That he was too strong. But she was strong. He'd given up too easily. And if he rearranged the words, those were all the reasons they should be together. They could balance each other out. They could support each other to heal. They could be family for one another. They could remind the other how strong they were when they felt weak and weary. It felt awful to be ditched. He shouldn't have done it to her when he'd reached out all those years ago when his father died. When he thought all he wanted was to be alone, he'd turned his back on his brothers. Navigating the confusion, the grief, and sadness without a map or a guide was near impossible. He knew that. He'd gotten lost in the murk of loneliness. She didn't have to. He abandoned her the first time. He didn't fight for his brothers. He wouldn't do it again. He'd fight for her, for love. Chapter 13. Cece. Cece didn't make it far after Blake walked away. He'd left her feeling shattered, alone. She knew it was time for them to part ways. She had to contact her manager, let Lauren know about the video, give the new songs to the record label, and straighten things out with her fans. She'd left them in the dark and wanted them to know the truth. She'd once told the paparazzi to get over it, and it had inspired the third song she'd written. Get Over It was an angsty answer to the haters. But she picked up the pieces, as she'd always done, and padded across the beach to where the water met the sand, where she'd waded into the shallows that first day at the resort. At the time, she'd wanted to quiet her thoughts under the water. But really, what if she was just trying to prove something to herself? As the warm water danced across her manicured toes, her day at the spa had been divine. However, in that quiet space, she couldn't help but think. It was like she'd watched a slideshow of her life. The early years with her broken family, Serena and her salvaging what they could, being led to God, and singing their way into a new life. Then all that had transpired since then, fame and financial abundance, the freedom to do what she loved, the connection with her fans. Then how it all fell apart when Serena got sick. Then the slideshow got blurry as it clicked closer to the present. She couldn't help but ponder the direction her life had taken over the course of the summer. As the masseuse kneaded the tight muscles of her back, the esthetician treated her face, and the manicurist tidied up her nails. She'd agreed to go to the resort to stop thinking, to get a break, to give her mind a rest, for peace and quiet. Instead, she got Blake. A relaxing sigh came from deep in her chest. Blake. Strong, protective, kind. Stubborn, arrogant, and vexing. Blake was handsome. No, more than handsome. He was generous and supportive. He'd changed. Through the last months, he'd been there for her, through it all. Sometimes quietly in the background, other times loudly in the forefront. He didn't turn his back, not once, until that night. She'd spent the day going back and forth between reasons to stay or go, to linger in the little fairy tale they existed in, or return bravely to her real life. Cecilia. Blake's voice, using her full name and his explanation for why, echoed in her mind. He wanted the real version of her. No one had ever told her that. They wanted the wealth, recognition, and lifestyle that was attached to her name. However, that wasn't who she was. It wasn't what defined her. Who was she really? Alone? Hopeless? Depressed? Or brave, faith-filled, and resilient. She slowly stepped deeper into the water, resolved to return to her life just as she'd told Blake. She'd make a triumphant comeback. Then, as the incoming tide raced after her feet, a new thought floated into her mind. What if she'd retreated to the island, not to drown her sorrows, but to learn how to swim? What if she'd gone underwater only for Blake to rescue her as a lesson, to teach her to allow someone to take care of her for once, instead of always being the caretaker? She'd looked after her mother, and then her sister. She'd never really let anyone get close enough to look after her. Then, those days in the studio when she felt like she was drowning in tears, what if that was her learning over and over again, that even if she was pushed down by a strong wave, she could get back up? She was strong, but help and support were okay too. Then all those days with Blake at the beach, scuba diving, kissing, what if the lesson was for her to accept happiness and not always fear that it'd dissolve? She'd learned to swim. The salty warmth soothed her skin. She stepped farther on the soft, sandy bed as the moon and stars sparkled and reflected off the mirrored surface. The ocean soaked the hem of her shorts as she went deeper, into the dark, into the unknown. Cece continued past her waist, then kicked off the bottom, fanning her arms in front of her as she pedaled her legs, treading water. She was afloat, moving forward. She rolled onto her back and drifted, laughing at the sky, at the ocean, at life. She returned to her belly and swam in a circle. She was doing it. She was swimming, all on her own, in the ocean. No Blake, no tether. Dunking under, she didn't care that she could hardly see, or that creatures might be lurking nearby, or that a wave might smash down. She could handle whatever came her way. For a few more minutes, she slowly swam in circles, feeling the embrace of the water, the buoyancy, the freedom. She closed her eyes, and for the first time there was peace. There was quiet.
Cecilia.
Blake's voice carried to her ears. She liked when he'd used her full name, when he'd used his lips and his daring personality, when he'd showed her that he had her back. He'd said, "I got you, Cecilia," and he meant it. Perhaps they'd return to each other again someday. Maybe that was their destiny, to float in and out of each other's lives whenever they needed to learn a lesson, or be reminded of how strong they were, how they knew how to swim, even if they felt like they were drowning.
Cecilia.
It was as though she heard her name again, calling her back to the present, back to land. She slowly got to her feet, finding the sandy bottom. She was ready for whatever came her way. When she turned back to the shore, the silhouette of a well-muscled man stood in the shallows. There was no concern written on his features, just determination. No reprimand on his mouth, just relief. He wasn't closed off. Rather, he stepped into the water as though wanting to sweep her into his arms. Seeing him there, being with him for all those months, she felt the full force of the connection they'd made, the energy crackling between them, bonding them together. It sparked in the night. Despite all her reservations, her doubts, and trying to convince herself they shouldn't be together, or try to make it work, they had done so. Her lips lifted slowly into a smile.
"You can swim."
His voice was almost a whisper. She walked toward him. Her clothing clung to her skin and dripped as the relatively cool night air pebbled her skin. "I may know how to swim, but that doesn't mean I know where to go or where to swim." She instantly melted into his arms. His warmth radiated into her skin as he drew her close.
"I don't know where to go either, except I know wherever it is, I want it to be with you."
"Me too." She nuzzled against his chest. He kissed the top of the new hair growing in on her head.
"I'm not above admitting when I'm wrong, or asking for directions when I'm lost. I'll admit that I thought you were a mega diva."
She giggled. "I thought you were full of yourself."
"I believed I didn't need anyone."
The words came out slowly, tentatively, as though he was speaking them aloud for the first time. I believed I could do it all alone.
I didn't trust myself to be in a relationship because of the commitment, the potential for heartbreak. I was wrong, merely trying to protect myself, not the other way around.
His voice was low. I didn't know who I was, so I could never have a real relationship. But I know who I am now. Resilient, strong, a singer, a survivor. I know who I am, and I know what I want. I want you, Blake.
Cecilia, he said softly, there isn't anyone else like you. I want you to be mine. Only mine.
His hands squeezed around her waist as he kissed the droplets of water on her forehead. When we first met at the resort in Hawkridge Hollow, for me, it was love at first sight. I couldn't get you out of my mind. But looking back, it was the wrong time.
But what about now? Later? He asked.
What about always? His lips curled into a smile, and his eyes smoldered.
You were right. Once wasn't enough. But then you said never again. What about we try? In that song you said not you. What about me? What about us?
I like the sound of that. Her heart swelled inside.
What about we be each other's family? I know you were planning on leaving, but how about we take a detour? We can go on vacation.
A vacation? But I've essentially been on vacation for 3 months.
To visit family. My family. The people I want to be your family. We can go home.
To Hawkridge Hollow? To your brothers?
You'll never be lonely again, he said around a laugh.
Won't you miss it here?
As I said, it'll just be a vacation.
He threaded his fingers between hers and tipped his head so their noses were practically touching.
Cecilia, you're in my daydream thoughts, my 3 a.m. thoughts. You're there when I'm trying to focus and arrange security for guests and make sure they have all their particular creature comforts from the mainland, including gummy bears. He winked at her. You're there when I sit down at the end of the day to watch the sunset. And I can't get you out of my head, so I figure I should get you into my life. Because do you want to know the truth? I love you.
The words were like the warm sea water, penetrating her skin, seeping into her heart.
Cecilia, he said, I dare you to love me too.
For this round of truth or dare, all you get is the truth. I love you, Blake. I have since the moment I first saw you. She tilted her head and giggled. Then I kind of hated you. Then I loved you again. But I accept your dare. I'll love you with every sunrise and sunset, every clear day and through the storms. I'll love you here, on the stage and in the studio. I'll love your family and your past. Mostly, I'll love our present and our future. Cece knew that no matter what she faced, with Blake in her life, she'd swim and sing, and the sun would come out after a storm. He leaned down and planted his lips on hers, and they kissed as the waves gently lapped their ankles, and her foot popped. The end. This has been Going Home to Hawkridge Hollow. Rich and Rugged, a Hawkins Brothers romance. Written by Ellie Hall. Copyright 2019. Narrated by Lorena Hoops. Audio copyright 2020.